All right, welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 1:03. And we left off by talking about the Lipoa apartments. And all of you had thoughts, which we had sent to, I guess she was listening, but Christina Toshikio, which is our Corp Counsel person. Mr. Hanano, I know you met with Corp Counsel and proceed. What would you like us to do for next steps forward?
Chair, point of clarification.
Yes. Do you have a list? Oh, here's Ms. Toshikio. So you heard us. Did you need us to send you something, or do you have, or can you read to us what you're considering? And I'm trying to get this done in this budget cycle, so I don't know how much more lead time you need for research, but if you could let us know.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Like Mr. Hanano said, we had an opportunity to meet during the lunch break and discussed Member Kama's motion that's on the floor. But before I touch upon the added conditions that Member Paulton and Member Johnson suggested or requested, I did want to kind of touch upon what Member Cook and Member Rollins-Fernandez was talking about holding the developer to the representations made in this committee, I guess through public testimony and through the questions. So I guess in order for the county to enforce I guess the representations that have been made, I guess our recommendation would be to be as specific as possible in any budget appropriation. So for instance, and the council has done this in the past when you've done appropriations from the Affordable Housing Fund to really be specific about the project. So of course we have to have the legal entity name, we specify if it's a grant or a loan, the amount, but also you've included the unit counts, the AMIs, and that way, when it's time to actually craft the grant agreement, that all has to be consistent with the grant application, which we then incorporate as part of the grant contract. So that in the future, any deviations from those specs would potentially have to go back to council as an amendment to the budget ordinance. So I guess that's my first recommendation is in order to hold the developer to those representations is to include it within the budget appropriation. And as to the added conditions, and that's something, again, I apologize, I'm not familiar with this project. On its face, I would say that Member Paulton's requirement for affordable in perpetuity, as well as the free parking and the laundry, I don't know in the plans whether or not they're already offering those things, but that would probably be correct, but I would want to confirm that. I guess at this point, I'm not that comfortable speaking to the legality of something when I'm not familiar with the project. And to Member Johnson's request about the Section 8 vouchers, I did have a similar concern of what was raised about if you're setting aside 25% of those units and whether or not there was a mechanism if all the units were not at that point used, would they be empty? Ideally, there would be a process to say X amount of time, what would happen next? Would they be opened up? One suggestion that we came up with is to say that 25% of units, or up to, or at least, will, I wrote it funky, basically that the developer shall give preference of up to 25% of units for Section 8 voucher holders, or something along that line, depending on what the council feels like. So it'd be a preference rather than holding a certain amount of units available without a process if they're not filled. So those are some of our thoughts, but so yes, like Mr. Hanano said, we might need a little bit more time on some of the added conditions, but the big one was to ensure that any of the representations you want to hold the developer to, that we would include them in the budget appropriation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I see your hand up, Chair Lee.
You did?
Oh, I thought you were,
No, I didn't. I was just hoping, since you called on me, that people just make a motion on the condition that they want. We take a vote, we go and move to the next condition. And make it as simple and efficient as that.
okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. What Chair Lee suggested is one way to move forward. However, both Mr. Hanano and Deputy Corp Counsel Toshikyo we are not giving them enough time and information in order to make a determination on the legality of putting these conditions on today. So we put them in not as good of a place. And so some of these we won't be able to vote on. And for me would be deal breakers. I don't know, I won't speak for anyone else. I know that they feel kind of strongly about that. But, you know, to the point that Mr. Hanano, Ms. Toshikyo have stated about just, you know, like being put on this spot right now. That is why I asked for this to go to committee, for it to not be named as a project, so that we can have this discussion not on the last day of budget, because I agree with Member Cook before we took our lunch recess that we have a lot to do. And we've now spent all these hours talking about this one thing, which we could have just have settled in committee, because all those other projects that are in the Affordable Housing Fund, we can, you know, treat equally, and we remove the names of those projects. And these are all projects that the administration wants to move forward. And so it's not like we don't have that leverage. They're gonna have to come back to us and get the approval, the budget amendment approved by us to add the names to have the funding for Affordable Housing Fund. And so I understand the concern, like with Pulelehua, where they didn't move forward. And so there's some, you know, nervousness about, you know, maybe the Lipoa project won't move forward the way that Pulelehua didn't move forward. But if we remove the project names from some of the other projects that didn't come to committee yet, then it'll give the council that leverage and motivate the administration to work together with us to you know, get those moving as quickly as possible. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we're gonna have to move forward on this. And we have a motion on the floor, Member Kama. And do we need to repeat it? Do all of you know what it is? Okay, so this is Lipoa Apartments, Inc., I'm sorry, LLC. And the motion on the floor was stated by Member Kama, and for $25 million, for up to $25 million must be for a grant to Lipoa Apartments LLC for an affordable rental housing development in Kihei. Okay, that's the motion. Is that correct? Okay, so the name, I got that correct. And how I want to move forward is, we understand from administration, they do support this project. So it's not like a something that is all of a sudden appearing and the administration will not. I always get concerned that they would not release funds, right? So this is being supported. And we did hear the funding source. I did clarify with our attorneys, where would this go? It wouldn't go in the Affordable Housing Fund. Keeping with the integrity, what we heard from Director Mitchell and Deputy Director Mata'ava, it would then go on page 10 and would be number 11 under this Department of Housing, Housing Program General, and it would be the 11th project listed here and not in the Affordable Housing Fund. So the next thing is how to deal with whatever you have said that Council and I guess our attorneys are saying there may be need for more time. I want to get our budget bill done. If we could get whatever you want to say in here, and before we have first reading, then if we could hear back from Corp Counsel to then make a decision. So I am fine with submitting this as is. There are some items in this are conditions that you want Corp Counsel to research, but they just said that they needed more time, so I totally respect that. So this is what I'm thinking of, how we can move forward so we can get this bill done, Bill 41. Ms. Toshikio, I just see you popped up.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification of something that you just mentioned. So I guess just to point out the difference between Affordable Housing Fund and putting this in under the operating budget is that the Affordable Housing Fund has additional restrictions on the use of the fund. So I just wanted to point that out because by not placing this project and the funding in that special revenue fund, then it actually opens it up. And I wasn't sure if that's what's the council's intent, especially as it was originally set by Member Kama, or her request was to fund it out of the Affordable Housing Fund. It's the additional legal requirements that I just wanted to make the members aware of.
What are the additional, what is the difference, or explain?
Okay, so under the Affordable Housing Fund, there are specifics on the use of fund. There's a whole long list, but there's a section on grant or loan requirements that the funding is tied to. So we include that in all of our grant agreements that the grantee has to abide by. So for instance, requirements to submit annual reports, that the Title 20 real property is held in perpetuity by the grantee, unless conveyed to the county or a qualified nonprofit, that they can't distribute or redistribute grant or loan funds to other organizations without council's prior approval. So there are just additional restrictions rather than putting it in the general fund, which would make it unrestricted, other than what's in the requirements in the grant application in Chapter 3.36 of the Maui County Code.
Okay, Member Johnson has a question for you, but before so you're saying it's more advantageous to put in the Affordable Housing Fund based upon what you just said?
No, Chair, I'm not making a recommendation. That's a policy decision for this body. I'm just wanting to point out that there is a difference. Rather, it's not just about where the funding is coming from. It's just that there are additional legal restrictions by placing it in the Affordable Housing Fund, which is what I believe Member Kama had originally intended.
Okay. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I hear the committee's or the chair's recommendation that we pass it and go on the first reading. But can we do a housing committee before first reading, and then in that housing committee we could make conditions or amendments during the first reading? But I'd like to have a discussion before, as opposed to no discussion. So.
Ms. Toshikio. Oops.
I mean, okay. Like we could have a 7B in Councilmember Kama's committee before first reading, and then on first reading we could make amendments if we needed to. But again, it goes back to the idea. I'd like to have a discussion and talk about this. But again, doing it now, as you know, we're jamming up our lawyers, and also I'm not really fully clear on this project.
Okay, Ms. Toshikio popped up.
Sorry, Chair, if I could punt that question to the OCS staff. They're a lot more knowledgeable on your process than I am.
Okay, Deputy Director Kawasaki.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of whether you can have a meeting, you absolutely can have a meeting, or 7B. It just depends on what your schedules look like and if the chair of that committee is wanting to do that. With regard to having that and having us roll that into first reading, that is where the challenge would come about, because we have certain posting requirements for first reading. So we would just need to know when that was happening, or if you're planning to do that as an ASF on the floor. One question that we would have is whether or not, if this project is not ready to be, funds for this project are not ready to be appropriated now, we're not familiar with the project, so we don't know where it is in terms of the process. So if that would be more appropriate for a subsequent budget, or whether or not the administration had any intention to come down with a budget amendment for a portion of the funds. We're just not familiar with the project, so we can't,
I mean, neither.
adequately comment on it. Thank
Except for a
you.
2-sheet page. So, remember, I'm trying to find a way, and we're spending a lot of time on this. I'm kind of out of ideas right now at this time, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. So, Shirley,
And for clarification, you are recommending that we proceed with the vote on this
yes.
motion,
Yeah.
and then any proposed conditions be prepared for first reading, to be taken up at first reading. And then we will deal with any changes at that time. Is that what you're proposing?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so you're not proposing
A
that a
delay.
separate HLU meeting be set?
Well, if Member Kama wants to do that, that's really up to her. I'm not going to dictate that. But for today, with what we need to do, I think before us is, do we want to pass this 25 million in this budget bill, add it to wherever we need to? And as far as the conditions, that whole list of conditions, that Corp Counsel and our OCS attorneys, or Corp Counsel, I guess, can let us know when it's in your ballpark with council on your agenda. And then if you would allow us to discuss this when we take up Bill 41, if you would allow it. That's what I'm.
Yes, I mean, I allow everything, right? But, yeah, I do.
Okay.
It's really up to Pro Tem Kama if she wanted to have an extra meeting. That I don't control.
Okay.
I don't mind having an extra meeting. I just don't know when we're going to have it done before second reading, right?
First.
First reading? When's first reading? May 2nd? Is that right?
You have the exact date.
Chair, right now, the committee is projecting that first reading will occur on May 16th.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, so Member Kama, it's your
Yeah.
call if you want to do that, but for
I think,
today.
don't I have a meeting on the 14th, James? Do we have an HLU meeting?
Chair, yes, that is a committee week, so HLU does have a meeting on May 14th.
Okay, we could do that then, could we not?
It's your call.
As long as posting and everything is done. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question is for Ms. Toshikyo.
Ms. Toshikyo. There. Okay.
Hey, Ms. Toshikyo. I didn't feel like I had a long list of conditions as it was made out to be, but mine was perpetuity, 100, no double dipping in essence, and free parking and laundry. I'm not speaking to Member Johnson's condition because I don't know too much about that kind of stuff, but if the developer agrees to those conditions, when the administration writes up the residential workforce housing agreement, it could be put inside of that. Is that correct?
Yes. So you mean without the condition in the budget appropriation?
Either
It's just
or.
an agreement between the administration or the developer?
Yeah.
I'd have to think about that one. The one that gives me the most pause to make any recommendations or comments on is the second condition about the double dipping. I hear the concerns, but I guess I just wanted to be able to go back and research what the original requirements are and what the law states. Not necessarily the free parking and the
Laundry.
laundry facilities, because Yeah, because for all, I know that it's already included within the plans and within their projected budgets.
So I guess, I mean, for me, we can work at the speed of trust if, I mean, not saying I trust the developer. I'll never trust the developer to do it in words only, any developer. But I can trust Mr. Mitchell or I can trust Josiah that they'll work with us on the conditions in the residential workforce housing agreement to get it in writing, because the money doesn't get released until a residential workforce housing agreement is signed and yada, yada, right?
Correct.
Okay, I mean, I really don't want to do more sitting in meetings, but whatever. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
So I'm looking at all the information that I have, which is 2 pages. It says 175 rental units, 54 one-bedroom, 1-bath, 113 one-bedroom, 2-bath, 8 one-bedroom, 2-bath. And then on the bottom corner, it has for households earning 100% AMI and below, 1 bedroom for 2,000, 2 bedroom for 2,400. And then households earning 120 AMI and below, 2 bedroom, 3,000, and 3 bedroom, 3,400. If 175 is broken down into all 1 bedrooms, can someone please tell me where the 2 and 3 bedrooms are? It says that there are 2 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms, but the 175 is broken down on the left with all 1 bedrooms. So I don't, this, again, Chair, many questions,
that's a typo.
no more answers. Our attorneys are not even familiar enough with this project to be able to give us, good guidance, because they're not familiar with this project. I'm not familiar with this project. The public's not familiar with this project. It's irresponsible of us to do this, what you're trying to push us to do right now, and it's really upsetting.
Okay. All right, any more discussion? Member Cook.
I believe that's a typo, but we could ask the people.
To correct it.
No, I do, because it isn't all 1 bedroom. I'm an advocate of moving it forward with the understanding that the Department of Housing, when they do the agreement, is going to dot the i's, cross the t's with the attorney. If it doesn't meet the criteria, then the funds won't be released for this project. And that I don't think anything's going to be done with lack of transparency. I personally would like to take a vote on this. I would like to move on.
Okay.
It looks like we're going to be here tomorrow too, and I'm just sort of planning on doing our principal work, which is
The rest of the budget.
this.
Okay.
Thank you. That's my
Okay, thank you.
2 cents.
Okay, members, so we have a motion before us. Is there, Member Hodges? Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I can vote today, too. I do think this is a typo, but I understand Member Rollins' concern. This is a little bit confusing. To be fair, I don't know any of these projects. Not one. All 13 of them, pretty much, except for a few, are relatively familiar. All of them we'll need to discuss. I get that this one we won't really have an opportunity to discuss completely. We can discuss it in a 7B or we can discuss it at first reading. I like Member Paulton's idea with working with admin and get what we want in the workforce housing agreement. However, I don't think I'm comfortable with the percentage appropriation to Section 8. I like that Member Johnson asked if they would accept it, and they said yes. I'm comfortable with affordability and perpetuity, 1 parking stall included, laundry facilities included on site or in-unit machines. I think it's a good thing if they said they don't need any money and we hold them to it. I'm hoping they comply with the presentation. We can add that in as well. And the no credit vouchers, if we can incorporate that since we've discussed that. But I'm okay to vote today. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, members. Member Sinensi, I don't see you. Oh, he's an ASAC now, okay. You can stay, or, okay, members,
You want to defer this?
are you ready to, what? I was gonna ask you, ready to vote?
Well,
Oh.
she's leaving and there's, so two are gone.
No, she's gonna bring Member
she's gonna-
Sinensi
one of them
back.
will come
Yeah,
back.
so you
They're
want to
tag
wait?
teaming
You want to take a short recess?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll work on something else. Okay, so we'll put aside this, this project. We heard what your thoughts are. And then, maybe Member Sinensi might have a thought on it. So I wanted to start talking about countywide, which is, change hats. So it's Budget Bill, page 8 to 9. And, staff, you have the changes to the countywide, costs because of other amendments. Page 8 to 9. Oh, I'm in the wrong section.
Yes, Chair. Are you referencing the spreadsheet we distributed this morning?
Okay,
I don't know what's he doing.
so you just want everybody look at their,
That's,
Exhibit 1.
Well, Chair, if you'd like to bring up the two priorities relating to countywide costs,
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to get to.
that's on page 7 of the priority matrix.
Okay. And one is for Member Paulton, and one is for mine, for the firefighters. So I'm going to take this up. I think during discussions, we've spoken a lot regarding fire. This is mine, by the way. So I'm going to have to ask somebody to help me make the motion. But this is in regards to countywide one, number one, adding 10 million for hazard pay for the Hawaii Firefighters Association. And this would be revising the proposal to increase fringe benefits under countywide costs by 8 million and conditioning 10 million for a temporary hazard pay for the Hawaii Firefighters Association. And
So
Yeah.
moved.
okay, good. Motion made by, thank you, Chair Lee, and second by Member Kama. And 2 million is already included in the mayor's proposed budget as the, I guess it was budget director who said when she came before us, that they had accommodated for the pay increases for whatever, the unions, as well as this. And so they have 2 million in there for that. So I'd like to, the motion is to increase fringe by 8 million and condition 10 for temporary hazard pay for the Hawaii Fighters Association, of which you made the motion. Are there any more discussion? And I think you heard Managing Director said that they supported it, right?
Okay, ready
Okay.
to vote?
Ready to
So
vote?
Chair, could you clarify?
Oh, yeah. So,
Number 9 countywide, one fringe benefits.
okay, wait, where is not, what are you looking at? You're looking at this. Let me look at this.
Chair?
Yeah.
Uh,
Looking at the matrix?
Yes, sure. So it's on page 7 of the matrix on the budget bill. It would be on page 8 of the budget bill. So the motion, staff's understanding of the motion on the floor is to increase countywide costs, number one, fringe benefits by $8 million, and then to insert a condition as follows. Up to $10 million must be for hazard pay for the Hawaii Firefighters Association.
Yes. Okay. Got it, members? Okay, are those ready to vote or any more discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
So we don't actually know what the amount is that they're gonna negotiate to, so
So if I could, Member Paulton, so by what managing director said this morning, I understand that an agreement was reached between the firefighters and the mayor, and that has to be taken to the vote by the members, so that they're waiting for that. But what managing director said was that this amount would be sufficient based upon what they negotiated. So he recommended this 8 million here and then agreed that 2 million were already included in the countywide. So
So-
total 10 million.
Because of the budgetary reasons, we cannot just say whatever is agreed to. We cannot say that because we need a number.
Yeah, or I don't know what that is. I'm not sure.
Oh,
Is there attorneys, do you
we
know?
cannot just say whatever they agree to.
Do you know if we can?
I think we need, thank you, Chair. I think we need a number
Oh, okay.
in order, because we got to balance the budgets.
You mean the dollar amount, right? Aren't you asking if you want to know what the negotiated amount was?
Well,
I think
I'm
whatever-
just saying, like, when they agree to it, we gotta give them the money. So, I mean, we cannot know what the negotiated amount is right now because that's a secret. Oh. So can we just say that, or, I mean, that number,
Okay.
if it's not a secret?
I don't know how these things work, so I'm going to call a short recess, 1:37. Very good. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It's now 1:41, and we are talking about the recommendation for hazard pay for the Hawaii Firefighters Association. And Member Paulton had a question, of which, can you repeat your question? And Mr. Hanano will reply.
You want me to repeat my question was, do they need a dollar figure, or can we just agree to whatever the calculations come out to?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Paulton. So I think for purposes of the budget, we do need a number. If that's what your question is, we need to have some kind of figure in there so we can make sure that the budget is balanced. I understand what you're trying to say as far as, you don't want to give more than what is the settlement amount. And I don't think we know the settlement amount for one, and we probably won't know it until after it's finalized.
Okay.
But as far as the budget, we need to have a number. Thank you.
Okay, so we now have two Budget Director, and we have Christina Toshikio popped up. One of you can go first. Ms. Toshikio.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. Part of your motion is to increase the overall fringe benefits by $8 million.
Correct.
So that would cover whatever the agreed upon amount is, which we don't know at this point, but according to Managing Director should cover it. So I think that you could condition this pot that the agreed upon amount would be paid for hazard pay for the Hawaii Firefighters Association.
Okay, so I have a question. So
I'm not sure if the Budget Director has additional information.
Okay, Budget Director, then I can change what my what I had said. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's your question. Yes, I would agree with Christina Toshikio. As long as the $8 million is added to the overall fringe benefits amount, it won't affect the balance. We don't need a specific amount named in the condition. And actually, if it comes out being $10,100,000, we would have to come back to you for an amendment. So it would allow us to pay whatever the negotiated amount is. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So just so yourself and Ms. Toshikio then, so I do not have to say and condition 10 million for temporary hazard pay for the Hawaii Firefighters Association. You want us to not put 10 million just in case it comes up to more than 10 million? Is that what you're saying? The 10 million we got from Managing Director.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that way it allows the flexibility, because then if it's less than 10 million, we're not allowed to use any of that 10 million for anything else. So we would have to come back for a budget amendment that way if we needed it for other fringe benefit costs. So I think if you wanted to condition it to say the negotiated amount, these funds must be used to pay the negotiated amount for the temporary hazard pay for Hawaii Firefighters Association or something like that, if that meets your legislative intent, I think that kind of condition would be fine, but I don't think there's any need to specify a dollar amount.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Member Paulton, are you okay with that? Okay. Did you get that? Mr. Kruger?
Apologies. Could we have that proposed language read out one more time? Apologies.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. These funds must be used to pay the negotiated amount for temporary hazard pay for the Hawaii Firefighters Association.
Got that? Okay. I see.
Sure.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
We'll talk to Christina Toshikio to make sure that doesn't make it sound like the entirety of the funds have to be used for that purpose. Thank you, Chair.
You might like it.
Aloha, Budget Director. I have a question.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
So is the conditional language even necessary?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. I defer to the body. I think at this point, the conditional language is a policy decision. We are obviously still waiting on the vote, but as Managing Director said, we have come to an agreement, and obviously if we're coming to an agreement, we do intend to pay that. But if the body would like to have that in writing in the budget ordinance, that's not a problem. Thank you, Chair.
So it would not, there's no benefit or harm is kind of pointless putting in there.
Budget Director?
I think it's up to the body. I won't comment on that. Thank you, Chair.
I think that's what you said. Okay,
Okay, Chair, so you heard Budget Director. There is really no point in putting the language there
okay.
because they're gonna pay it. It's not like we have to make them do it. They're gonna do it.
Yeah. We're adding money and
We're not adding money.
I'm adding in 8 million. I'm adding 8 million.
And she said we're not adding money.
There's 2 million in the pot, as they indicated when they came before us, and that the rest of the money in that pot is to pay for the raises that are going on, I think with HGA, et cetera. And so therefore, we needed to add $8 million more to make it 10 million for the firefighters. Okay. Okay, members, any more questions on this?
I would like Mr. Kruger to read the motion.
Mr. Kruger?
Chair, our understanding of the motion is made by Chair Lee, seconded by Councilmember Kama, to increase under countywide costs fringe benefits by $8 million and to add the following condition. These funds must be used to pay the negotiated amount for temporary hazard pay for the Hawaii Firefighters Association.
Okay. Is this roll call? Are you fine?
My Chair,
Yes? Member Rollins-Fernandez?
I move to amend the motion by removing the language and just adding the money.
Okay. Is there a second?
I already discussed it.
Okay. So the amendment made by Member Rollins-Fernandez and Chair Lee made the second. Members, for me, this is I don't know what you're going to vote. Roll call, I guess. It's a roll call vote.
Okay, discussion, because it sounds like you're confused.
I'm not confused.
I'm just removing the language.
I know.
The administration is going to pay it out. We don't need to put the language and put a condition in there for nothing. It's unnecessary. And then it's confusing because you want to make it like up to this much. And we're like trying to figure out, we can add the money, 8 million, and then you put the language.
Okay. That was your motion, your discussion. Member Cook?
Thank you, Chair. I feel that putting the language in, although it might not be necessary for budget, would be appropriate for the general public to understand why we're raising this particular line item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. Whether it's specified for HFFA or not, I know what it's for, and therefore I'm going to be recusing myself. My husband is a fireman, and I wanted to state that for the record. I think the last time we discussed the reso, I walked out of the room, and technically I was excused, but I want to make it very clear that I'm recusing myself because this would benefit my household financially. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Member Rollins-Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Member Cook has convinced me. He's persuaded me to withdraw my motion. I support more transparency. So I agree. It does.
Okay.
It does promote more transparency. So good job, Member Cook. I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
And the second.
Okay. Member Sanensi is back. I'm going to take a vote. You want to walk out? You can just stay here? Okay. Okay. All right. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
This is 9 ayes. Motion carries. Okay, so, Member Paulton. Oh, sorry. Member. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's 8 ayes, one recused. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pineapple. Okay. Next, we have a countywide discussion from Member Paulton, and this is on regarding your. I think Managing Director spoke of it this morning.
I move to increase the countywide fringe benefits by 26 million.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay. Member Paulton and second by Member Keani Rollins-Fernandez.
So while we may not have 700 vacancies because we haven't purged old positions for the mayor and the council, there's hundreds of vacancies for sure in the full-time category, not the seasonal or like that. And, you know, the heads of the departments have received substantial raises. We're discussing substantial raises for the prosecuting attorneys and corp counsel. Some said even like up to 50%, as well as our own staff and council services. I came from Unit 3. I worked in Unit 3 for a couple of decades, or maybe not 2 full decades, because I got to leave Unit 3 and go into Unit 14. And then I got a double-digit raise in percentages. So Unit 3 has been consistently left behind. Unit 3 is primarily women, a lot of single mothers, as we heard. The secretary that just started 10 months ago say, and to me, they've been consistently left behind. As also, to speak a little bit to folks that haven't received the double-digit percentage increases, when you have so much vacancies, like say in your section, you're supposed to have 3 secretaries and you only have 1, you can only earn 8 hours of overtime a week. But the whole rest of the week, that workload is still there and it's expected to get done. So I think, you know, that needs to be looked at countywide. And then there's also the issue of EM positions. We heard about engineers getting a bonus, and then there are managers who may also be engineers getting paid less and then wanting to go back down to engineers. So like Ms. Takakura said, I don't know if a study is the way to go, but it definitely needs to be made right. And that's what this money would be for. Mr. Nishita said that he was looking at following in the footsteps of Kauai and taking care, I think, of the 75-25 plan, allocating a sum for people who are on their spouse's insurance and so on and so forth, which, you know, I'm supportive of, because I would like our people to be healthy and taken care of in that way. But I think that's not good enough for the people who have been consistently left behind and who work hard, administration in, administration out, and provide the continuity and the public services for our community. So that's why I'm proposing that. I'm not sure if I did the motion and the second, or if I skipped the second. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the motion, the second, and my discussion.
Yeah,
Thank
all
you.
in one. Okay, so it was, your second was from Member Rawlings Fernandez. Whose hand was up? Okay, Member Rawlings Fernandez.
Mahalo. I speak in strong support of this motion. Mahalo, Member Paulton, for adding this as one of your proposals. Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I just learned today in testimony that there was an agreement that was struck. That was it. I was assuming that maybe it was HGA before the June 30th master agreement expires. And what we learned today was, this year, was that in order to have the supplemental agreement, you need to have a master agreement. So if they've come to the master agreement, then I would like us to be able to move on the supplemental agreement as quickly as possible. One of the supplemental agreement ideas that we discussed that the DPS seemed to be supportive of was tying the cost of living here to Maui County, which is so much higher than the other counties, so that our county civil service workers are able to continue to live and work here and thrive and not have to have multiple jobs and have time for their families. And this is so long overdue. And I appreciate this proposal, and I hope we can get this into the budget. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, Member
Chair, I
Palmer.
made a mistake. I didn't give the wording, and that was wording that I was working on with Ms. Toshikio. So I would defer to her on the wording, but it was something like for a supplemental agreement for salary adjustments to the master agreement. And
Here
I'm
she
sure
is.
she'll pop up if,
She's
oh,
popped
there
up.
she is. Sorry.
Ms. Toshikio.
Thank you. I think the wording, thank you, Chair. I think the wording we worked on was up to 26 million must be for supplemental agreements to the master agreements. And I think I had suggested removing adjusting salaries because the supplemental agreements can cover much more than just salaries.
Friendly amendment. That's what I said. That's
I
what I
accept
meant.
that friendly amendment.
Okay. All right, so you see the motion on the floor, members. So, did you raise your hand, Member Kama, please?
I was going to say to Member Paulton, how very grateful I am for you for doing this. Because like Member Rollins Fernandez said, I think one of the very first meetings we had, that's when we heard from HGA. And we're trying to get them to get their unions to negotiate better for them. But it's been, what, 6, almost 7 years? But today, we have an answer. And it's a good one for everybody, especially if we're talking about Bill 48 and 49. But thank you, I'm grateful for that. Okay. And I'm sure our people will be too. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I just would love to discuss maybe a little bit of details and what you have maybe planned for the 26 million. I am completely unsure how many people we have in bargaining unit 3, 4, and 13. I see you excluded EPs, but about how many people do you think are going to be affected by this? Oh, Ms. Toshiko is here.
Yeah, I cannot say that 3, 4, and 13.
Oh, okay.
So the language that Ms. Toshikio went with would have to be the language.
broad.
And we don't necessarily have control, but I mean, we can, each of us call up the mayor and Josiah, like the mayor would have to be the entity to sign off on any agreement. I spoke briefly to Josiah this morning and told him like my intentions with what the words that you just read out said.
Yes.
And he said he's willing to look into it. So, I mean, like I said, I can trust Josiah to do his best to, you know, I'm looking at people that have had vacancies, people who haven't had raises, double-digit raises, like how other entities or units have. When he approached me first about what I had proposed, he wanted to do across the board, the medical.
Okay.
Which I was like, can we just do it for the people that have been left behind? And he's like, no, we're doing it for everyone.
Okay.
And then, like, you know, we talked about certain departments like planning or the clerks, and the mayor's preference was to do it as a whole rather than department by department, because say like planning has a bunch of planning 5s, then maybe all the planning 5s from other departments might go over to planning. So that's a little bit of their concern.
Okay.
So it is a work in progress, but it seems that Josiah and the mayor have heard of the need to look at, you know, salaries and as it correlates to chronic vacancies and whatnot. But since Ms. Toshikio is still on, I'm assuming she has something to add.
Thank you.
No.
And then I do have more questions, but let's hear from Ms. Toshiko.
Okay, Ms. Toshikio.
Oh, actually, sorry. It's actually my apologies that I wasn't clear that it was not including that second part of Member Paulton's original language in the matrix. So my apologies for not making that clearer.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have more questions?
I do. So are we looking at this as a lump sum? We're gonna give people just like raises? Is it gonna, is this money gonna add to their high 3? Are we gonna do this again next year? What are we thinking like long-term and how people might receive some of this funds?
So ultimately, I think it would have to be a discussion with the mayor and the managing director as to like what me, you, or each one of us individually wants to see. But I don't think it will contribute to like their ERS benefits and things like that. And then in that case, I don't think it will contribute to their high three.
Okay.
It'll be like whatever it is would be like a lump sum. Like the medical thing, it wouldn't contribute to anything like that, because if it's a supplemental just for Maui, we can't affect state kind of programs, which is like ERS, EUTF, or maybe not EUTF because we're giving the medical things, but we can't unilaterally increase what we're giving our employees
Okay.
outside of collective bargaining.
Okay. And this might be kind of splitting hairs, and I don't disagree. Like, I don't want to condition this right here, right now, and I'll let admin figure out what makes the most sense. If we do give our people lump sums, I hope we warn them to prepare for taxes when the time comes. Just because we don't want them to go, oh my God, 20% or something, At least we can just give them a fair warning that please, make the most sense for you, but just in case, sometimes taxes are kind of nuts when we give people lump sum money, but I hear you. And I appreciate this, and I'll be supporting. Thank you.
And I guess too, I mean, in our discussions with the managing director and the mayor, we could say like, let's withhold the taxes for people and then give it to them when it's time to pay the taxes, or whatever we work out, like, hey, this is going to be your taxes. You better put that on the side or something like that.
Okay, anybody else? All right. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. When we had DPS before us telling us about the supplemental agreement, and we asked them what's needed to make this happen, they said money. And that's what this proposal is, the money. And then this is what we have control over, and then the administration needs to take it to the finish line. They need to do the rest of it, to do the negotiations, to ensure that all those that we receive testimony from, the units that we receive testimony from that have conveyed to us how they feel like they got left behind, that they never got the fair local labor market standard, like prevailing wages, and they should be paid properly. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Any other discussion? Member Paulton.
And I didn't speak to what Member Uhajan said in terms of lump sum. Are we going to do this every year and whatnot? But in looking at one of the sheets that was provided to us by staff, I think it said, Category A, the carryover from Category A alone, even with, I don't know what kind of cuts we did in 2024, was close to like 30-something million, maybe on the higher end. And so I guess that would be my proposal going forward, like how it looks this year. If we have that many vacancies, that we have that much carryover, that really belongs to the people that have been shouldering the work, like the people that show up and are doing the best they can, but they know that there's vacancy positions, and then the public getting mad at them because they're not fully staffed, and just, so it's like you're penalizing the person that shows up, like when you go to a public meeting and they say, oh, this is all the people that are here. It's like, these are the people that are here. Don't be downing them for showing up. Down all the people that didn't show up, So I think, this is just a starting point, and it's not meant to be a one-time appropriation, but at the same time, it's not meant to be an annual appropriation, whereas we can work within our thing to maybe develop a system to say, like, if you're carrying more than your workload because of chronic vacancies, how do we address that monthly or something like that? It would be my hope of where this goes, because we don't want people to be, and then, I don't know how that will play out. Like, will they come tell their friends to help them carry the load, or will they want the money? I don't know, but I'd like to see everybody distributed an even workload for what they're supposed to do. And in some cases, I think that's part of the problem with, we gotta add positions, and it's like, you didn't fill all the vacancies, so how do you know you gotta add positions? Because you've never been fully staffed, you know? So that's kind of part of the discussion about when you asked if this is gonna be an annual appropriation. My hope is that we're able to work out a system with carryovers from salaries and like right size our workforce, delete all the obsolete positions, get a handle on exactly how much vacancies we have, like maybe on a quarterly or monthly basis, ensure like all the accurate position IDs get uploaded into the budget details and so on and so forth. But it's just the starting point.
Okay, so Member Rollins, I'm gonna.
Mahalo, Chair.
Fernandez.
Just real quick to the lump sum, because we're talking about the supplemental agreement, and the master agreement usually lasts for about 6 years, right? So I'm hoping in the negotiations, it'll not be an annual supplemental agreement, that they will figure out something that won't make it a lump sum every time.
Okay.
Mahalo, Chair.
So, everybody spoke? Okay. So I'm gonna support, Member Cook has a item that he submitted for a study to be done, kind of like the MGT study that the Salary Commission did, but to look at all the positions in the County of Maui and to satisfy this question about pay and equity with all the employees, and not only what brought this up was Bill 49 with OCS. So I am going to vote against this because I think I want that study to happen so we understand what we're doing and how to step forward, rather than trying to just throw something out and, you know, hoping that the administration does this and does that. I think that it's a step forward, and I believe the first step forward would be to get this study done and then take it forward for all the employees and working with the problems that we see with personnel and the unions and, you know, et cetera, and positions. Go ahead. Member Johnson.
Chair, I just ask you to please reconsider. These are our people that we see in the hallways. These are the people we see in the parking lot. They're doing the work for us. I don't have anything else except for to speak to your empathy. Please reconsider so we can have a universal voice on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members. Hey, Member Cook, Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I could be supportive of this. It's just in your question, is this adding $26 million to what we're doing now?
Yes.
So,
Excuse me, what is the motion?
Member Paulton's motion.
Chair?
You want to say it? Yeah.
Chair, so the motion on the floor made by Councilmember Paulton, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez, is to amend fringe benefits under countywide costs by increasing Category B by $26 million and adding the following condition: up to $26 million must be for supplemental agreements to the master agreements.
To the master agreements. Okay.
Oh, I can support that because, as you know, when are we going to take up the OCS?
After
this?
After we do the revisits. Yeah.
Oh, after the revisits.
We're going through countywide, and then we got to do revisits.
Okay, so this is supplemental for other departments. Yeah.
And OCS, right? Because everybody, all county employees, as they're included in it.
Well, in working with the administration, what I would advise is not for guys that made double-digit increases in percentage, which depending, it may or may not be. But the managing director said a starting point would be taking care of everyone's medical copays.
He did say that today.
Okay, I'm going to support the motion because I believe that we need to stand up for our employees, and unfortunately, I don't know why there seems to be a break somewhere in our system that allows for disparity within the union structure. And we really need to encourage that to be fixed. And however we can, even though our role is limited, whatever we can do to help, I think we should. And we're already trying to do that in our own, in the legislative branch. And we're now trying to help other departments and all of our employees within the system. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Director just said this does not include OCS.
That's
Member Wu
what
Hodgins.
my question was going to be to Ms. Toshikyo, because I think her language was a supplemental agreement to the master agreement, which means they would have to be union employees and therefore not OCS. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm my understanding of who this is applicable to. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any discussions? See none? Member Paulton.
I think in this case, I would use Member Johnson's yes and to your study and Member Cook's study idea, because we know, like, I tried to lower the sewer increases and that was a wash. So people are going to be paying more for sewage. And we're still like trying to right size from the insurance and FEMA rent payments. And, you know, I don't have the data, but I imagine a lot of the Alice people are our employees. The SR09s to the SR15s at least. Like, I don't know how, if you see how much SR09 to SR15 makes. And then, like, if you start at an A, oh my goodness, you know? And then it takes how long to even get to a C or a D, you know? But maybe they changed that. I think SR9 maybe starts at a C now or something, but still, that's not good pay. And I think we had a conversation one time about John in the mailroom, which, I mean, he's a veteran, and nobody, I mean, people aren't going to come to continue to work for the county for those kind of salaries. Like when I grew up in Hilo, and there's not much job, or there wasn't much jobs over there. So if you had a job, it was like, yay. But like if you worked for the county, it was like, oh, yay, you know? And now, like, how many of us want our kids to work for the county? Like a little bit. That's why I was trying to plant the seeds with those STEM kids, you know? Because I imagine choke people are like, oh, don't work for the county. You'll never be able to buy a house. And so if we don't want our own kids to work for the county, if we don't want these super smart STEM kids to work for the county, what's the point of having a county? Because we're not going to have anybody to serve our community, you know? And I'm not sure when it got to the point like, oh, don't let your kids work for the county. Because when I was growing up, it's like, oh, if you get a job with the county, you got a good job, you know? And it's not like that anymore. It's like, you know, if you got a job for the county, too bad. Like, look at all those people working at the hotels and getting free overnighters from their employer, and the Christmas party with all the concierge switch-arounds and things like that. You know, like, the county is not the place you want to send your kids to be successful. Like, do you want your child to work for the county? You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, if working for the county is not a good job where you can serve your community and make a living and only have to work one job, then we're doing something wrong.
Okay. Anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo. So this is 26 million, and we just spent the most of the morning and a part of the afternoon discussing 25 million for the Lipo apartments. And who you think going to live in there? Like, Member Bolton's the one that made by far majority of the reductions, because she knew she had big asks and she was doing her part to try to reduce it, because folks like the chair don't want to have a bigger budget than the mayor. I've been talking about it every time. I am going to be a proponent of increasing tier 3 of non-owner occupied. So I wasn't trying to make cuts because I'm trying to increase on the luxury mansions that Member Cook is supporting Wailea 670 for. We're going to tax them, right? That's what the plan was. Tax the vacant mansions in order to subsidize these apartments, in order to improve the quality of life of our county employees. That's supposed to be the plan, not fund studies only. Don't just talk, walk the talk. And that's what this does, walks the talk. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. So it's going to be roll call. And again, I stand by that we need to do something. And what happened with the Salary Commission recommendations, which all of you know for elected officials, which was us and the mayor, as well as all the deputies and directors, those decisions were final. We had, we couldn't change it. And then now we see the ripple effect of that decision, right? So we have Office of Council Services saying Bill 49 is coming up, that they need a raise 30% because of that. And, I don't know. And then the other departments are saying, well, do a study. We heard that from, the last testifier last week, Thursday. What about the rest of us, right? And so I think that it's our responsibility to do something and just not say, okay, here's 26 million, we're going to guess what it is. I don't know any kind of validated data behind it. I do want to solve this problem, but I don't want us to do it kind of willy-nilly. And that I was glad to hear what Managing Director said, let's pay for health insurance. But even that, you need a plan. And we heard that from when we had the presentations from Mr. Mizuno, that's what Kauai did. I also heard it when I went to NACO. That's what they did from Kauai, and that the mayor came up with that, and it's well planned, and they're doing it. So I just want us to take steps forward that are in that vein, if we have to be there, it sounds like it, with what our employees are saying out in the hallways, and when we see them out outside of this building, that they're looking for some kind of equity and not only for OCS. So I'm going to...
Exactly, they're asking for a raise, not a study.
I am asking for a path forward. And so therefore, I'm going to be asking for a roll call. Thank you.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye. And I hope that we'd also do the study.
Councilmember Hodgins.
Aye.
Councilmember Semensi.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama.
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
No.
Chair, that's 8 ayes, 1 no. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. We're done with that. All right, so general budget provisions, members, which are in Bill 41, and we talked about it before, and I would like to turn this over to Mr. Hinano to take us through the section. So this is in Bill 41 on page 31, and we did discuss this earlier in the week, and we've worked on 4 proposed amendments in consultations with Corporation Counsel. A document with the amendments is currently being distributed. Are you going to distribute it? Yeah, okay. So you can review them, and we're going to take the amendments up one by one. Mr. Hinano, or you want the document first?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay, so Section 18, transfers and loans, subsection H, page 37.
Okay, so on this section, as you can see in the handout, this subsection is going to be amended to delete the language that's contained in the brackets. That's in, I think, the third line from that includes a brief description all the way to date of the project. And then we're going to add, and this is based on suggestions from the members, including for each project the following: 1, project name and capital budget system number; 2, project phase, such as design or construction; 3, estimated start and end dates for that phase; 4, percentage of the project completed; and 5, a brief description of the overall project status. So basically, we're deleting some language and adding more.
You need a motion? No, not yet.
Yeah, well, I wanted him to explain first, but are you ready for the motion?
Yeah, I was going to say so moved.
Okay. All right. So, Chair Lee made the motion. I need a second. Thank you. Motion made by Chair Lee, second by Member Hodges. So you want to amend Section 18, subsection H, shown in the document as described by Mr. Hanano. Any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Senensi, okay.
I didn't finish reading it. Just got it. I don't read that fast.
Okay, you want to,
Section 18, not the whole page.
we're going to take the whole document, but. Oh, no, I'm taking up 18.
Okay. Aye.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Is this 9 ayes? 9 ayes, motion carries. Okay, Section 21, which is page 38.
So members, on that one, Section 21, that's a new section that it's recommended that it be stricken. And that's basically because it doesn't really add anything to what's already done. It's basically, I think superfluous, and therefore we're recommending that it be stricken. We did go over all of these conditions with Ms. Toshikyo, and she had no issue with the recommendations that we're putting forth, just for the members' information.
Okay. I see Director Milner, you have a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to reiterate what I said the other day during testimony, that this wasn't added to be superfluous. It was trying to cut down on the workload for OCS Corporation Counsel and my office. For example, we just submitted several amendments, and because we don't know the order the body will take them up in, the same overall budget totals were used for each bill. So once those bills pass out of committee, we will have to go back in and change all of the numbers in all of the bills before they go to council, which is a very tight turnaround. So that's why I was hoping we could switch to a quarterly report model to try and cut down on those quick turnarounds and the use of time of staff. Obviously, it's up to the body, but I just wanted to take a moment to explain the intended purpose and that it wasn't intended to be superfluous. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Members, any questions regarding this and the explanation? So you heard the budget director and as well as Mr. Hanano. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo. For Budget Director. Okay, so we're striking this section 21, but the purpose of having section 21 is achieved somewhere?
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't believe it is. That's why I felt Section 21 was necessary.
Oh, okay. Does Ms.
But it's up to the body. If they don't want to change our current process, then the appropriate action would be to strike Section 21. Thank you.
Okay. Does Ms. Toshikio have a suggestion? It says on the paper that I just received that she may have a proposal.
Ms. Toshikio?
Chair.
I don't have that on my paper, but
Am I looking at the wrong paper?
Chair,
yes.
we did have a discussion with Ms. Toshikio this lunch break on this, and she did not have a proposal for this. This was in consideration
Oh,
of
thank
she
you.
might, and we didn't know that we were going to have the opportunity to speak about it. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo for answering my question. So I guess if the only reason we would be removing it because it's redundant, superfluous. I can't do it. Say it again. Superfluous. Then I'm gonna vote against it.
Okay.
Because it's just,
Anybody else?
yeah.
No, ready for the, ready for the
Okay,
vote?
roll call.
Oh, Chair?
Yeah, oh,
Apologies, I don't believe there's a motion on the floor.
oh.
Move
Oh,
to
sorry.
strike section 21.
Chair Lee and second by Member Kama. Okay, so that's the motion, is to strike section 21. Roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Senensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
Yes.
Chair, that's 8 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay. Next, we have,
That was mine. I'll move. I move that a new section will be added to read as follows. Section ## grant eligibility unless otherwise specified. Grantees may apply for more than one county grant.
Second.
okay, motion made by Member Paulton, second by Chair Lee. Discussion.
I just wanted to clarify, although this is the practice, sometimes we like to get things in writing.
Okay. All right.
And the example I gave last time was like I line item kaibigan gulahaina, and I didn't want to prevent them from going after other competitive pots. The pot that I went through, that the amount that I gave them is what had been cut from their federal funding to tell, the oral stories of the disaster as a methodology to help with mental health.
Okay. Thank you. So, all right, so that's it. Any discussion, any further discussion? All in favor say aye. This looks like a 9-aye, motion carries. Okay, new section, that's yours. And then the new section, community block grant, disaster recovery funds.
Okay, should I say it? Oh,
Was that yours?
no. I thought I was doing this for you.
Oh, wow. Okay, go ahead.
And then he can
Okay,
discuss it. I move to add a new section. Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds. The mayor must submit a quarterly report quarterly written report to the council on the administration's management of funds appropriated under the Disaster Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2025, Public Law 118-158, including A, proposed uses for the funds, B, how the uses relate to the administration's action plan, C, whether any additional funds from other sources will be used, D, actual encumbrances and expenditures, and E, a copy of the quarterly report transmitted to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Okay, very good. This is one of the things we thought
So
of
second.
for you. Chair Lee and second by Member Kama.
And discussion will be provided by Mr. Hanano.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Lee. So this was added at the request and recommendation of some of the members after discussions on this, and basically it's to provide a little bit more accountability and information as a result of the county implementing the CDBG DR 1.6, I think, $1 billion grant from the federal government. As part of the acceptance of the grant, I think the council included in the bill that condition E, that they would receive a copy of the quarterly report that goes to HUD, but I think the members wanted a little bit more information to be provided, and so that's why we added, other conditions in this section. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I guess for the section,
Chair.
or did we just lose?
Oh,
Okay.
okay, we're back.
Oh, we're back, we're fine. Oh, okay, good. So for section, then this would be number 20.
Chair.
20.
I think we lost audio.
Okay, can't hear.
Maybe
Shall we
just
take a recess?
5 minutes.
5 minutes recess.
Oh,
We can hear
You're
you.
back.
okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear us? Very good. All right. So for this, Mr. Hanano, you described it, and then would it then be section number 20, I guess 5, and then section 25 would move down to effective date? Is that where do we place it? I guess there's a.
I think because we struck 21, so council members Paulton one is going to be 21, and this one will probably be, well, part of this recommendation is that the section numbers will be adjusted accordingly. So
Okay.
whatever it ends up as,
Okay.
it's just going to be switched around and figured
Fine.
out that way. Thank you.
Fine. All right. Anything else?
So adding to the motion, all other section number references will be adjusted accordingly.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Section A,
Vote already.
Section H. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Chair,
Oh.
I believe we've lost connection. I think for real this time, can we
For
request
real this
a 5-minute recess?
Okay, so we'll be back at 8.
Yes, the
2:40.
technical language is for real this time.
2:40. Okay, welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. Sorry for the delay. We're having technical problems. It is now 2:57, and we made it back in time, right? All right, very good. So where we left off before we lost connection is we're on the general budget provisions and a new section for a community block grant disaster recovery fund is where we left off. And it's Member Paulton, or is this, no, this is Chair Lee's regarding the disaster recovery fund. So any more discussion? We're ready to vote. Okay, Ms. Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, when Mr. Hanano sent me this language, it apparently went to my old OCS email, so I wasn't aware that he had sent it. So this was the first that I saw. I was able to speak to the CDBG-DR folks during the recess, so thank you to the technical difficulties. But just some things I wanted to clarify. Section A, proposed uses for the funds. Is the body looking to receive a list of who's received awards from the funds? I just, if we could get a little more clarity on the purpose of that section.
Okay. We will. Mr. Hanano or
and then
Chair Lee?
section.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'll wait.
No, go ahead. We heard you.
Oh, section D, actual encumbrances and expenditures. That's not really how the CDBG-DR grant works. It's a drawdown system, so we could provide actual drawdowns, but it doesn't really work on an encumbrance expenditure basis like some of our other things do.
Okay. Okay, so proposed uses for the fund was another question that you had for clarity, as well as?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
So
if we could provide a list of the awards under the fund instead of proposed uses, I think that would be clearer.
Okay.
And then for section D, if it could be actual drawdowns instead of actual encumbrances and expenditures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks for popping up. Chair Lee, did you hear that? So it would be instead of proposed uses of the fund, it would be awards under the fund.
Yes.
Okay, you're fine with that. And then the other one was item number D, actual encumbrances and expenditures. If they want to just show the actual drawdowns.
Right.
You're fine?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hanano, is that fine?
Yes, Chair, that's fine.
All right, members, all in favor, you saw that, any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Wait, hold on. So no one made the friendly amendments, or like, what are we voting on?
Okay. We had the motion.
Budget director made some suggestions, and then is, for the record.
Repeated.
Yeah, and I repeated it. So those would be friendly amendments.
Well,
Chair Lee
you
was
didn't
fine
make
with it.
you didn't make the motion, Chair. So
Chair
making
Lee
sure
agreed.
to confirm.
I'm
what it
afraid
is that
somebody
we're
else
voting.
has to do it. My computer died on me.
Oh, my. Okay. All right, so did you get, well, if Chair Lee's interested.
Bruce is
So here comes Bruce. All right, so friendly amendment was,
Proposed
it would
awards
be, yeah, awards
and
that
not
were
uses.
under the grant. And the other
Actual
one was
drawdowns.
actual draws. Chair Lee, are you okay with the friendly amendment?
Yes,
Okay. Okay,
by all means.
all right, members. Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
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 Aye, who is missing? I don't see Member Sinensi. So I don't see 8 ayes though.
Shows like
1,
the battery's
2,
almost
3,
dead.
4. Okay, 8 ayes and Member Sinensi is excused. Okay, so I think we're done with general budget provisions, proposed amendments. Mr. Hanana, do we have any more? Did we get it all?
That's all, Chair.
Okay, yay, thank you.
That was easy.
All right, so now we have revisits. Member Sendensi, are you there or did we lose you in this? His what? Oh, he's transitioning, okay. So, Office of the Mayor, this is something that Member Ulu Hodgins and I were working on, was for a revisit. it would be grant, condition to up to, so I put 12,000 for STEM and automotive programs, upcountry schools, and what, remember, Wu Hodgins, we were discussing possibly, instead of it being just a flat 12, we would do 15 for the first one, and then 5 for the automotive, the STEM. Is that correct? You want to make the motion?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Second, Shirley. Any discussion? Thank you, members. We will vote. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
There's no member Senenzi, and Chair Lee is actually here, but she's having computer problems. We can count her vote. Thank you. So it's 8 ayes, 1 excuse. Moving right along here, Member Cook. So this is countywide replacement to increase Category B to 300,000 for classification and compensation study for all bargaining units. This is the one that you were going to check with the managing director's office, as well as the amount for the revisit.
And they felt, we did check with the managing director, and they felt that that would be an appropriate amount. The reason that it was more expensive than the previous study was because it would be for a much broader group of people for all of the collective aspect.
Okay, very good. And okay, so that was his research that he did. Members, any other questions? I just saw Member Senenzi pop up and he left. Is he still on? Not on. Okay. Oh, there he is.
Okay. I think his Wi-Fi is unstable.
Okay. Members, any other discussions? All in favor, raise your hand to support this. So it would be, oh, there. Okay, 9 ayes, motion carries. Yay, this is going fast. Thank you. Oh, you did hear. The study.
But did you make a motion?
Oh,
I thought it was just that you said that there was a question, member Cook had the question, and you got some more information. But I mean, I'll vote on it again if you want me to.
No, because I remember going second.
Okay, so Charlie made the second.
No, I think it was Tom.
Okay, so motion made by member Cook and second by Chair Lee, and this would be for that management would verify that they would do this, and it was we went to verify the amount, right? 300,000, right? And management would do this. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we will vote again. All in favor, say aye.
Yep.
Okay, Senenzi. Okay, 9 ayes, motion carries. All right, so this one was a revisit, and it is mine for increase, and this had to go, the reason why we had to revisit this, it needed to go to the OEV resource department and not management. And this is regarding the Von Temsky property, which we purchased, and it was found that there was EV on it. So this request is to do a study, and I checked with managing director and also Kapono I Molitao regarding being able to do this. And he said it would cost $1 million to do a study for archaeological study and cultural preservation for the Von Temsky property. And it would be $1 million. So initially I had 1.5, but he did say just $1 million. So I need a motion.
I had a question, but should I wait till after the motion?
Yeah, somebody can do the motion. Remember, comma. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay.
And just clarifying, you did ask if they have the capacity and they can complete it within, or encumber the funds within this fiscal year, this coming fiscal year?
For fiscal year 26. I didn't ask him that specific question, but I did say this is for the fiscal 26 budget. So I guess if he couldn't, he should have said, I can't do it.
Okay.
Managing director connected us, so.
He must have known because he told you 1 million instead of 1.5, right?
Yeah, he asked me how much, and he said 1 million. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, members say aye. Aye, this would be 9 ayes, motion carries. Department of Police Member Kama, increase Category B operations and equipment by 100,000 under Technical and Support Services Program for a 4x4 truck. And this was one of your priorities.
What I wanted to do.
Oh, your mic.
What I wanted to do was cut that by 30,000. Because when I called MPD, they said they could get away with leasing a truck for about $70,000 for the core program.
Okay. So the motion is now for 70,000.
Yeah.
Okay. And you check with them. So motion made by Member Kama, second by Shirley? Okay.
Did I do the motion? I move. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't make the motion.
Okay.
I move to increase Category C for the capital equipment by $70,000 with the condition that a 4x4 truck be obtained for the core program. And this is on Department of Police under the Technical and Support Services Program, which is where the core program falls under.
Second.
I have a
Okay.
question.
Motion made by Member Kama, second made by Member Rollins Fernandez. All right, any other discussion?
I have a question.
Member Paulton.
Is this something that they asked for, and if they lease it, is it $70,000 for 1 year lease?
They did ask for it. The $100 would have actually bought the truck outright, but I'm trying to cut wherever I can cut with my own, for my own priorities. And they said they could get away with 70,000 for a lease for a year. I said, well, lease for a year. Maybe we'll come back next year and see what else we can do.
Okay.
I mean, personally, I would rather them buy it for
too.
100 grand than lease it for 70 grand for 1 year, because
Me too.
what happens next year?
Yeah.
Would
I mean, I could keep it at 100,000. I was just trying to figure out ways how to cut back on some of my priorities. But I think it makes sense that a purchase outright is better than a lease for a year. Because then you got to turn it back in right after that, or keep leasing it.
Okay, so you want to amend your motion?
Well, I just,
200 instead of 70?
200, yes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, raise your hand. All in favor, raise your hand. This is 9 ayes, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Okay. Next, we have grant revenues. So staff is distributing resolution 2580 for your review. Staff. It's contains CDBG programs that need to be added to
yes.
Appendix A, Part 1.
yes.
And I
That's when we
remember we
visit.
took this up when, okay. Go ahead, Member Johnson.
Chair.
Oh, and Member Johnson, then Member Sentensi after.
Chair, I'd like to reconsider the DEM grants under environmental protection grants, if we're ready for it.
Okay, wait now. Okay, I'm going to take this up first, which is the
Okay,
CDBG,
as you
and
like.
then we can go there. Member Sentensi, did you have a question about the CDBG?
Not on CDBG, but I too had a revisit, Chair.
Yeah, I am going through the list that I got.
Oh, okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so on this, you are being given the grants that was discussed when, okay. So this is the list of projects. Oh my God. You remember this? That need to be added to Appendix A, Part 1. So entertain a motion to incorporate the following CDBG program line items under Appendix A, Part 1 as described and with the dollar amounts provided in Resolutions 2580. So you got the resolution. I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Member Paulton and Member Kama made the second. So discussion. So you have the information, and this is what we need to then add to Appendix A, Part 1, these projects. Staff, do you have anything to add to that?
No, Chair. If the motion's approved, we'll include the project names and amounts
Yeah.
as outlined in 2580.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Member Sinensi.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly add that I sat on this committee and to review these current projects. And so we were given a whole rating sheet and it was pretty extensive because each applicant had to, show either if they had matching funds or anything like that. So we had about 10 of us get to review and score each project. And so I just wanted to speak in support, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, very good. Thank you for your work, because that's hard work. Appreciate it. Any other comments on this? Seeing none, ready to vote? Members?
Yeah.
Member Johnson, you have questions? Yes.
I have a question for Councilmember Sinensi. The letter D is Delta County-owned senior affordable housing project Nahale Kupuna operations. Is that the Lanai Nahale Kupuna?
No, that's the one where they bought all the units.
Okay, sorry. There's a lot of Hale Kupunas out there, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you so much, Councilmember Paulton, answering my question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other questions regarding this list? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 9 ayes, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Member Sinensi, for working on that.
This is done.
Okay, Appendix B, this is more revisits. Appendix B1, concession lease license, and in FN 9, in number 112 in Granicus, was provided information regarding all the leases, and you got copies of it, but this is what we would like to put in the final bill under Appendix B1. I need a motion and a second. I don't know.
I move to swap out the previous leases for the one that was received on April 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Correct. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Member Paulton, second by Member Hodgins. This is the lease of the lease that will be added, or the swap out, as you call it. All right. Any discussion? See none, we can vote. Members, all in favor, raise your hands.
Just a correction.
Aye. Okay, looks like 9 ayes, motion carries. Okay. Appendix A, Part 2, Special Purpose Revenue, Schedule of Revolving and Special Funds for Fiscal Year 26. Q, Economic Development Cultural Program Revolving Fund. And Chair Lee, Revolving Fund number 1, add the condition under Economic Development Cultural Program Revolving Fund for $75,000 for Kekula o Pi'ilani. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we need a motion. Chair Lee.
Why did we revisit this?
Oh, it says confirm if withdrawn, is my notes. Oh, you didn't withdraw it.
Kekula. Wait, may I ask James? James, you asked me about this earlier, and I said I did not withdraw Kekula, but I did withdraw the other one. Remember?
Chair?
Yes.
So yes, on the priority matrix, page 27, we do have a revolving fund condition from Chair Lee, which says on this fund, Economic Development and Cultural Programs Revolving Fund, add the following condition: up to $75,000 must be for Kekula o Pi'ilani to support current and new cultural programs. However, under your
District.
district funds, I believe you've also conditioned funds relating to Kekula o Pi'ilani.
Right. Okay,
So it's a
we'll
duplicate.
withdraw this one,
Oh, okay, it's a duplicate?
because it will be a duplicate.
Okay. All right. Okay, so this one is maybe, and staff can explain it, we have, with 3 members putting in a condition for Member Rollins Fernandez, for Malama Kakani Lua for 400,000, and for Member Sonensi for the church in your community, Wainana Lua Congregational Church for 132,894, and for myself, which is for 500,000 for Kahumanu Church. This became a revisit because we have overspent on this account with the 3, adding the 3 to the Economic Development Cultural Program Revolving Fund. And I just wanted to know if possibly Member Rollins Fernandez, if you and I could split, what we were putting in and do 50%, and Member Senensi and ours, then we would then be under the maximum of the fund. Staff, could you explain what is happening?
Yes, Chair. So, right, the 3 proposals that, Chair, you mentioned, if all 3 were added to the fund, it would result in a $400,000 overage in the fund. So, Chair, my understanding of your proposal is for your priority, or for your revolving fund condition, and for Councilmember Rollins Fernandez's priority revolving fund condition, if agreeable, if you both did $250,000, and then if Councilmember Senensi stayed the same, that would exhaust all the funding in the fund, and there'd be no overage. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So for mine, I tried to see if there was another pot that we could, use, but there isn't. So therefore, we're in this situation with triage. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm open to the proposal. So in open space, the prior year's appropriation under the open space fund has 500,000 for Malama Kakanilua for a similar purpose. But some of the things that the organization wanted to do there, they wouldn't be able to use open space fund, as I understand it. So we could leave that open space fund for the open space fund purposes, and then add this 200,000 under the Economic Development and Cultural Programs Revolving Fund for the activities that wouldn't be permitted under open space fund.
Okay. All right, so that sounds good. Member Senensi, your item does not change, and for mine, then I'll reduce mine from 500 to 250. Would that be okay? Would that be okay, James?
Chair, staff would just like to confirm, I believe we heard Councilmember Rollins Fernandez proposing to instead reduce hers to 200,000.
Yeah.
Correct.
So, Chair, that means your condition could be 300,000 instead, and that
No,
would...
the deal was half-half.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh, mine's is 400, so half would be 200, and Chair's proposal was 500, so 250, leaving a $50 buffer. Mahalo, Mr. Kruger.
Okay. Okay, are we fine with that? All right, so that's good. We're going to vote on all 3, but remember, Cook, you need your hand up. Your hand was up. You have a question? Oh, you're voting. He's trying to get us along. Okay, so I need a motion for all 3.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay, Member Kama and Member Rollins Fernandez. So this would be for what I just read. And the amounts would be for Member Rollins Fernandez would be, did you say 200? And mine would be 250. And Member Senensi's would be 132,894. Is that correct? For his exact amount?
yes, Chair.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
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 Okay, 9 ayes. Thank you, motion carries. Yay. Okay, now we're back to Affordable Housing Fund. So we are back to
Chair.
Member, yes.
I had my hand up for a while. For the Economic Development and Cultural Programs Revolving Fund, the repair of Kahumanu Church, the 350, I believe we voted on that last night. I just wanted confirmation on that.
I had to withdraw it.
No, not yours. Member Senensi's.
Oh, I think he withdrew.
No, we
his.
voted on it last night, didn't we?
Can you check? I don't think I
We
think what he
didn't?
did was he
Am I making
substituted
it up?
this new church.
Chair, what we have down is that Councilmember Sinensi, Member Rollins Fernandez second, did make a motion to add his condition relating to Wananalua Congressional Church to this fund. And then I believe it was either withdrawn or tabled. And then
Last night?
Yesterday, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because
So
of duplication.
Kahumanu Church is not going to get any money?
Chair Sugimura's condition is relating to Ka'ahumanu Church.
Okay, mahalo.
Okay. So, good? Are we good? So good? Yeah?
Yes, mahalo.
Okay. So are you saying Exhibit 1 is wrong by what you're reading? What are you
I was
looking
not
at?
looking at Exhibit 1. I was
Oh.
looking at my notes of the matrix from last night.
Oh, okay.
As you can imagine, lots of scribbles. Mahalo.
Okay, so we are then done with that. Thank you very much, Member Rollins Fernandez and Member Sinensi, and for compromising is what we just did. Now I want to go to Member Kama as a revisit for the Affordable Housing Fund, the POA revisit. We had a lot of discussion this morning.
Right, hangina ia mai ana kapuana. So I made the motion, oh, thank you, go ahead, do that. So there was a motion made, we got a second, and I think we had all of this discussion that interrupted us, but we're, still got the motion on the floor.
Member Sinensi was in the HSAC.
Right, and so we
And we were
wanted-
like switching in and out, so.
Yeah, so we paused this.
For him to be here.
comment.
Yeah. Okay, and staff, so can you give us where we are in the motion?
Yes, Chair. So for this matter, what the committee tabled and is untabling now is a motion by Councilmember Kama, seconded by Chair Lee. It's to amend the Affordable Housing Fund to add the following condition: up to $25 million must be for a grant to Lipoa Apartments for an affordable rental housing development in Kihei. And then, Chair, if it's okay, staff would like to take the opportunity to clarify further. Our understanding is that there was some discussion of funding or related funding, so we wanted to clarify for this motion. Is the intent to also include recognizing carryover savings from the general fund? I believe we got an exact figure from the budget director,
Yeah.
which would be $13,939,853. Adding that to the supplemental adding that to the transfer to the Affordable Housing Fund, recognizing that revenue in the Affordable Housing Fund, and then reducing the condition relating to Kai'ulu Onapili from $12.4 million loan to a $2 million grant.
Can we separate those? Because I'm not going to vote for that removal. Can we separate it into two votes?
Chair, if the body's agreeable, you could do just the condition first and then could discuss the funding afterward.
Okay.
Or vote for the removal first, and I won't vote yes.
However the body wants to proceed. I guess we'll note then the condition motion is what's on the floor, so.
Oh, okay. We can do that next time.
Okay. So the motion is for what Member Kama said, right? So it'll be up to 25 million under the, is it going to be remain on the Affordable Housing Fund? It sounds like, right? Affordable Housing Fund for a grant to Lipoa Apartments LLC for an affordable housing project in Kihei. Is that your full
That's it,
words?
yeah.
Okay,
Yep, that's it.
that's the motion. Okay. You have questions,
And-
anybody?
And I think we're waiting for Member Sinensi to comment, because I think everybody did
Oh,
comment.
okay.
And we're
And
waiting
then you
for
went
him
off
to
to
come
the
back. from
HSAC meeting, so did you have any comments before we take the vote?
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, I did wanted to support Member Rollins Fernandez about just keeping the money in there because I did want to respect Director Mitchell's process
Yep.
that he said that they went through. And so, and then of course, Mr. Nishita said that Lipoa was the next one on. So I think I was okay with with not naming it because there would pretty much be the next one that would receive the additional funds that we appropriate for. So
Thank you.
that was my comments.
Okay,
Comments.
okay.
Can the motion be repeated?
Chair, the motion on the floor made by Councilmember Kama, seconded by Chair Lee, is to add the following condition to the Affordable Housing Fund. Up to $25 million must be for a grant to Lipoa Apartments for an affordable rental housing development in Kihei.
Thank you.
I think it's Lipoa Apartments LLC, right, Mr.?
Chair, so staff will note that according to our research right now, Lipoa Apartments is a trade name, but they have a technical entity named that's Lipoa Investments LLC. I think technically from staff's perspective, we might have a preference for the Lipoa Investments LLC, but we could also research that further and make changes not substantively as appropriate if the body's okay with that.
Thank you. I'm fine.
I think, Chair,
Yes.
I think the representatives are still here and they could clarify that. It'd be a shame to put the wrong name in without having clarity.
Chair,
Yes.
our office would confer with Ms. Milner as well as checking with the state records to make sure that any monies would be released appropriately, and that's why we're asking for a little bit of latitude to make those corrections as necessary. We'll do the correct research and legally make sure that it's okay to transfer.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you. All right, members, ready to vote? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so the motion, as I understand it, is to condition up to 25 million for Lipoa project, whatever it is going to be. That exceeds the amount. Earlier, we talked about the different funding for things. So is that's what was requested to be separated? Some clarification, please.
I just was requesting to separate that. I can't support taking money from the Napili project because they said it could add time to it, and we're working against the clock on the temp housing. And, Pulelehua was defunded, Sylvia Luke's project fell through. It's kind of all we got left. So I wouldn't support defunding it, even if I support Lipoa.
Okay, so are there going to be two votes? Because the 25 million would exceed the amount that we have in the Affordable Housing Fund. Am I missing something?
Well, I think we're going to make all the votes within a half an hour, so.
Okay, so this is just one, and then by the end of all the things that we address in the Affordable Housing Fund, then it should have enough money in there.
And if not, we got to keep voting.
Got it. Okay, all right.
Okay, so you heard the funding stack, which Managing Director said earlier, right?
No, just this motion is just to add is just to condition 25 million,
Oh,
but there
okay.
isn't 25 million in there now.
Right.
So there would have to be more motions in order to have enough money or whatever you guys want to do.
So members, all in favor, or is this a voice?
Roll call.
Roll call, okay. All in favor, start
Roll
off
call.
with the roll call. Go ahead.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Sinanci,
No,
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
Yes.
Chair, that's 7 ayes, 2 noes. Motion passes.
Okay. all right, so we're done with that. And right now, I have this. Now we have Office of Council Services. This is a revisit or,
Oh, we're still on housing. We got to do all the things.
okay. Go ahead.
So Chair, just to reiterate the funding stack that the managing director
said.
proposed. He proposed adding approximately 14 million to carryover savings from the general fund. The exact figure we received from budget director was $13,939,853. So adding that to carryover savings from the general fund, transferring that to the affordable housing fund, recognizing that revenue in the affordable housing fund, and then amending the condition for Kaiōʻuluʻo Napili from a $12.4 million loan to a $2 million grant.
Okay.
You need
I
a motion?
Yeah.
I move
Okay. Chair Lee and second with.
to what James said.
Okay, Member Kama. Okay. And it's going to be a roll call vote, right?
Did he include I'm okay with all the stuff except for the defunding of Napili, so can we separate that out too?
Sure. Take that separate.
Yeah, that's what you want in the first.
Okay.
Roll call.
Roll
So
call.
that's the amendment, the Napili is not a part of this vote.
I admittedly, Chair, I did read out the Napili part, but if the body wanted to separate that and leave that out, the body could do that.
Okay.
Okay, that's my amendment, separate that out.
Okay. So
Okay.
Chair Lee and Member Kama, you're fine, right?
Yes.
All right. Roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote.
Wait, I'm sorry. Which
Council
one are we-
Chair Lee.
Oh, sorry.
Which one are we doing first? Are we doing the one where we accept the carryover savings, and then that one, I don't know. Well,
Yeah,
Member
that's-
Rollins Fernandez might want a roll call. I can't speak for her. But Member Paulton only wants the roll call for the Napili project, that change.
Roll
So
call.
which one are we doing right now? Is it Napili? Okay. But can you please clarify what we're currently voting on? Because there's been a lot of moving parts.
Okay.
Chair, so our understanding of the motion on the floor made by Chair Lee, seconded by Councilmember Kama, is to recognize $13,939,853 in carryover savings from the general fund and transferring it to the affordable housing fund and recognizing the revenue there in the affordable housing fund.
Okay.
Roll call.
Yeah, roll call. Roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Yes.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
Yes.
Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay. So next motion.
Chair, the last step would be to amend condition 12 under the Affordable Housing Fund relating to Kaiōʻuluʻo Napili by reducing the condition amount from 12.4 million to 2 million and changing it from a loan to a grant.
So moved.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
Okay, made by Chair Lee, second by Member Cook. Discussion. No discussion? Okay.
So,
I have discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't support taking money away from the Napili project because you need new housing. I think the director said that, and I support it, giving HHFDC lands back to DHHL because that was the promise and commitment made to people. And so, you know, if we're not gonna move forward with Pulelehua and we're not gonna move forward with the Lieutenant Governor's project, and then basically we're sending all these people to live to Kihei.
Okay.
And, you know, a lot of the kupuna, which Pulelehua would have prioritized, a lot of them just want to finish their last days in Lahaina.
Okay. Member Johnson.
I also think that we shouldn't be supporting this because, first off, you know, it was, Ikaiko Hana moves fast, and this is a way to speed them up by giving them their original ask. They followed the process, and I mean, it might not be fair, but the other project didn't follow this process and get granted. These guys did get granted, and now they're going down to 2 million. It's almost like 2 million granted. It's almost like they are playing our rules and we're moving the goalpost. I don't think that's fair for a builder who's got a track record here in our, you know, in our county, and the if it adds any time, I can't support it. We need to act fast and have some consistency here. So that's my points. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think this morning, if I could, we did hear from Mr. Bigley as well as from Mr. Fisher that he was agreeable to this, and that it was a $12.4 million loan, and now he's getting $2 million as a grant. So I think that was probably, you know, advantageous for the total project. And by the time he's going to be ready to move forward, it sounded like, you know, these funds would be helpful for him to get his permits and then work with HHFDC. So I hear what you're saying, but it sounded like the developers were supportive. Member Johnson.
Okay, for my second and final, I also want to urge the administration to revisit Pulelehua, get back in a room with the builders, come back before this body with a budget amendment, and move forward with this. I can't get a straight answer from a lot of folks who are involved in this project, and it's kind of, we really need to move fast. And if the budget amendment comes before this body from the administration, I'll be ready to vote for that. So please, everyone, act with emergency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, it's Member Rollins Fernandez.
Last year, we adopted Reso 24-179, supporting Ikaiko Ohana doing the Lanai and Napili projects. And we did not do a Reso for this project, Lipoa project. Yet here we are taking away money from the Napili project and putting it toward this project that we never committed to last year or even talked about in committee. And the Napili project is in West Maui where the greatest need is. And when we put forward a motion to also support another West Maui project, we didn't get the votes. So, you know, when West Maui comes to the council pissed off, they're so justified in that whatever rage they express, because we are not investing properly. And like Member Johnson said, we're moving the goalposts on Mr. Bigley, and I want him to feel the genuine support that we promised in 24-179, Reso 24-179. And so I will be voting against this motion as well.
Okay. Any other comments? Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be voting for this and also supporting and encouraging and advocating for the Napili project. Both Mr. Bigley and his associate stated that they didn't need it until 2026. The the stack aspect of it for the state is a risk that it wouldn't be used until August. So as far as the delay, it's a potential delay. But I am supportive of West Maui. This is not taking anything away from them. And I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supporting this as well, as you probably could tell from my morning's conversation with admin. I'm not happy about it, though. This is not how I would prefer to do this. I wanted a yes-and situation. I really wish we didn't put money on the side for projects that aren't going to be done for a few years, when this one can be done pretty soon. And I think that's not this, it's not the fault right now for the people we have in front of us. It's not Lipoa's fault, and it's not Mr. Bigley's fault. This has been an issue for a while, and we hear this all the time when people ask us for funding, and we have this conversation when they say, oh, we need, some help, and we got to go to HHFTC, and the timing's all weird. I'm hoping we can fix that. And so we're not looking like we're choosing anybody over another. This is how I feel like we could get both projects, and I will 100% be happy to support this project for Napili, as I have, and I will continue to do it. I'm just trying to look for a way we can do both at this moment. That's all. But I appreciate everybody's thoughts in this, because this was a lot today. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Are you ready to vote? Oh, Member Sinensi. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. For my opportunity, I just wanted to say that on last Thursday, I found out that the Hana Habitat for Humanity project of 25 homes had lapsed from the affordable housing. So, but I understand that we too aren't shovel ready as well. So, but I did want to prioritize West Maui. And so for me, for this budget, I wanted to, that's okay, Hana, we can wait until we get all of our infrastructure in and then come back for the funding. But I was okay with that, but I was also okay that we prioritize Lahaina. And I get it, Mr. Bigley has been an ally to quickly put housing up for us so that we can get people in housing, whether it be rentals or not. But I supported the transfer carryover savings, and I was hoping that maybe we can find the balance elsewhere and still prioritize West Maui. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, roll call vote. I see no hands for discussion. Okay, roll call.
Proceeding with roll call vote, Chair. Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton.
No.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins.
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi.
No.
Committee Vice Chair Kama.
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
Yes.
Chair, there are 5 ayes, 4 noes, motion passes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So staff, we're good, right? All the motions we need to make, and we got this covered.
Yes, sure. That should complete the matters relating to this LIPOA item.
Okay, very good. Yay.
Chair,
Yes.
I need
Member Rollins Fernandez.
to clean up a motion that we voted on for the Economic Development and Cultural Programs Revolving Fund, that we voted for $200,000 for Malama Kakanilua, the Wananalua Church, and your $250 proposal. That's fine, but it was just flagged that what I said wasn't accurate, that in open space. How did that get in here?
I know, fly, yeah.
Go to Tom. On page 49 of appendix, what is this? Appendix A, Part 2, Special and Revolving Funds. For open space, prior year appropriations, up to 500,000 must be for safety, security, and burial and cultural preserve at the county-owned lands at Waiale. I said that it was named to go to Malamaka Kanilua, and I was incorrect. So I would like to make that motion. I move to add up to 500,000 to Malamaka Kanilua, or I guess up to 500,000 must be for the safety and security for the burial and cultural preserve at the county-owned lands at Waiale for Malamaka Kanilua.
So is it a matrix?
No, it's not. Yeah, I just made the motion and member Uhajan seconded.
Okay, so this is a brand new, or I don't understand.
That was part of the deal. With the 400,000, I reduced it to 200,000 so that you could have 250,000 and everyone could have that funds. This, I think it used to be named for Malamaka Kanilua, and I don't know that the name is no longer there, so I'm just putting it back.
To clarify, this is a revisit to your visit to correct the name so that the right entity can receive these funds.
Okay, revisit or a revisit. Okay, so that's the motion, Shirley.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, all in favor?
Chair,
Yes.
apologies, could staff just get, apologies, to clarify one more time. So is it just amending the 200,000?
No. Page 49, open space fund, the prior year appropriations, number 2. So the money is already there because it was prior appropriations. It's not even part of this budget, but it's on the budget bill. So adding Malamaka Kanilua to that 500,000, the name used to be there, but it's not there now. So I'm just adding that in.
Thank you.
Got it? Okay, great. Mahalo, Mr. Kruger, for the clarifying questions.
So just for clarification, it's on page 49 and prior year appropriation number.
Correct, number 2. Yes.
Number 2.
Yes, that's the one.
So you're adding their name in there.
Right.
Okay, that's good. Members, any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Member Cook, okay, motion carries, and we have, who's not here is Member Johnson. Member Sinensi's there? All right, so that's 8 ayes, motion carries.
Mahalo, Chair. And then I'll just read it again clear. So up to 500,000 must be for Malamaka Kanilua for safety and security for the burial and cultural preserve at the county-owned lands at Waiale.
Okay. All right.
Mahalo, Michelle.
Very good. My Michelle. She's so good, right? All right, anything else on that? No, right? That finalizes it. We're not done with going to revisits. Go ahead.
Are you doing rates and fees or department revisits?
So we are now, wait, I have to go back to the churches and,
I gotta revisit a couple rates and fees, and I gotta give some money back to the fire department and sewer.
okay. So wait there. Okay. So those are revisits. Okay, let me do Office of Council Services, which is Member Kama. Going down this list, which is countywide increase council services program by $900,000 for council members' office budget, and not discussed because Member Kama, you were not present, so I wanted to bring this up. It was not a revisit, but it's first time.
Oh, yeah, it's not a visit, but I
Yeah.
wasn't here, but it's a revisit for you guys. Yes.
So I move on her behalf to add, what, is it 900,000?
Yeah, that's what it is.
100,000 each per office. It's a long story. To add 100,000 to each council office.
Okay. That you made the motion,
Yeah.
and I need a second.
No
I need a
second?
second. No second?
I have a question. I don't have a second, I have a question
Okay,
first.
so Member Cook made the second. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I think Bill 49 adds money to the
To us.
to do this proposal
Yeah.
too, right? So would this proposal be in addition to if Bill 49 passes, or if Bill 49 doesn't pass?
If it passes, Bill
Yeah.
49 passes,
Yeah.
it's an addition too. If 49 doesn't pass, then it is what it is.
And we should do 49 first.
So
Yeah.
Bill,
That's,
I would like to do 49 first.
okay, wait. 49 does not have anything with our offices. It's only about OCS. Can I get
doesn't that
clarification,
include us?
staff?
Isn't the 30% part of us?
Yeah, I'm
Oh, we're talking about the $100 per.
talking about Bill
No,
49.
you're talking about the,
I asked, my clarifying question was, is this in addition to Bill 49 if it passes, or if
Addition.
Bill 49 does not pass? And so my request is that we take up Bill 49, or at least make a decision on that before this one.
Staff.
Chair, staff's current understanding is that Bill 49 it'll just be a code amendment. We don't believe that it would result in any change to the budget proposal before you on its own. But, I would defer to to the Deputy Director of Council Services if I got
Oh,
that
okay,
incorrect.
so Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm trying to pull it up on Granicus now, but that is my understanding. The Bill 49 pertains to the Office of Council Services salaries. The proposal that went to this committee from Chair Lee it included a portion that would increase the members' office budgets, so that would be done separately and reflected in the Bill 41, as well as some other things that you guys aren't talking about right now. So there's that proposal, as well as Councilmember Kama's proposal to increase the members' offices by different amounts.
Do you know when that proposal is
I
going to be
believe it's in.
discussed?
I
or
don't
brought
believe
up?
you discussed it yet.
Okay.
There was discussion, I believe, on the first day of decision-making.
Right.
Where Council Chair Alice Lee inquired as to whether or not those things needed to be included in the matrix. And my understanding was that the answer to that question was no. It is contained in OCS 3, and I'll have to find the Granicus number for that. And I can get that to you shortly.
Mahalo, Deputy Director.
Thank you.
So I have a copy of OCS 3, Chair Lee. And so your inquiry, you wanted to know if all of whatever is on this letter was included in Bill 49? Is that what you were?
Yeah, I asked you when would it be appropriate to discuss the addition, and you said later.
I
And so
actually said
now is
Thursday, we're going
later.
to take this up, and we're actually taking it up today, but
Yeah, that's why I made the motion, but
you made a motion? For what?
to add to the office of each council member, $100,000 to each, the budget for each council member.
Oh,
So
right now?
if that's
Right now,
not appropriate, I can withdraw it and wait till it's the right time.
Oh, no. So we're talking about, okay, so we're talking about Member Kama's priority, which is exactly that, 100,000 for each of the council members' offices. And
I made the motion because we realized it was a duplicate. So I said, okay, I'll make the motion. So that's what happened. So I can withdraw it to make sure it's the appropriate motion
Okay.
at the right time.
So I only see that there's your motion on the floor. Bill 49, I don't
Mine
think
is
has
100,000.
anything
I
for
think
the
hers is the
council
same.
members' offices. But in this letter on OCS, which is what was referenced, OCS 3, it does have this information. And it does include Office of Council Services, council member office accounts, and it has an amount, 643,077, but that's not part of the bill, Bill 49.
Okay, we can let
Director.
Pro Tem Kama handle it. I can withdraw my motion. Up to you. I mean, just pick one.
Well, it's not part of Bill, Deputy Director Kawasaki. Is it part of Bill 49? I think that's the confusing part.
It's not a part of Bill 49. The proposal that Council Chair made and is in OCS 3, and Councilmember, Pro Tem Kama has an alternate proposal for member offices in the matrix.
So in other words, Chair Lee, in 49, it doesn't say anything about the council members'
That wasn't her
offices.
question, that was my question.
Yeah.
Fine. So,
I thought she and I.
And I got
thought
that answer a while ago. I'm
Yeah.
good, I said, a long time ago.
I thought Pro Tem and I had duplicate proposals, but if not, I can withdraw my motion. No, I still support my proposal, but, if it's more appropriate for you to say it, then that's fine with me.
okay,
So I withdraw my motion.
okay. Withdraw your motion, and was it Member Uka?
Member Cook, I think,
Member Cook?
seconded it.
Okay, withdraw. Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I would prefer to take them all together. Bill 49 and whatever other proposals were included in the memo from OCS 3, and then we can vote on them all together. I could be supportive if Bill 49 passes. Mahalo.
Okay, are you done?
Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, so Deputy Director, could clarify, Bill 49, does it include or not the council member office accounts?
It does not include
Right.
the council member account.
Right. It does not. But OC 3, which is correspondence to the council members, has on page 2, OCS management salaries. It's just talking about adjustments, but it has your, which you're looking at on your screen, the proposed table and the breakdown. Is that all included in Bill 49?
No.
Okay. So this 1.7 million is not the correct amount for Bill 49.
No, that includes other cost items.
Okay. Okay.
What are you looking at me for? I mean, what
I
do you
mean,
want?
it's because it's
What
like
do you
your
want?
bill, right? Bill 49 is your bill. And there is a confusion about are the Office of Council Services.
There's no
offices
confusion. She answered, Deputy Director answered me a long time ago, and I said I was good. I'm not confused.
Okay.
No one else is confused.
Okay. Okay. So, members, what we have before us is Member Kama's, as I'm trying to get to, is her priority for the Office of Council Services office. Member Kama. Oh, no, where did all my papers?
Chair, I already asked if we could take that up all one time because it's the same thing as OCS 3.
It's not the same thing as OCS 3. That's what the
It's
Deputy
part of
Director just said.
OCS 3. It's a duplicate. That's what Chair Lee was explaining. Remember Kama's proposal is in OCS 3 as well. To increase the council members' offices by 100,000 is in the OCS 3 memo. And I asked if we could take it all up one time and Bill 49 one time.
Okay.
So,
Yes, go ahead.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
Okay, Chair Lee, her proposal is OCS 3. This is my proposal. And the way to clarify all of this, I mean, it almost sounds like a duplicate. It sounds like maybe we should have figured this out days ago if it was going to be you or me, right? But that didn't happen because I wasn't here or whatever. But, oh, should I keep preaching? Don't get me started now. I'm a Pentecostal. Anyway, so I think.
I'm a Presbyterian.
Never. I think it's getting late, Chair. It's not even
Yeah, we're trying
5
to go
o'clock.
home.
And she's an Pescatarian.
Yeah, oh, okay.
It has nothing to do with religion.
I know, she's the devil.
No, she's the queen. She's the queen of the butter rolls. Okay, sorry, Chair. But I think what I was trying to get to is, can we take a look at OCS 3 too and figure out where we're at? Can we do that? Or do you just want to do this and on the fly,
Okay.
on the wings?
So all of you have OCS 3, and
I'm gonna go
all
look
of you
right
have
now.
Bill 49. And you have a separate priority, member comma, which is different from OCS 3.
I didn't even see OCS 3.
Can you pass out OCS 3? Or what Granicus number is it?
Chair, OCS 3 is number 155 in Granicus?
150. 155?
Yes, 155.
Thank you.
$155. I have too many white papers here. Yeah, okay. So remember, I'm going to take a short recess so we could look at this document. It is now 4:04, and we'll come back at, yeah, we're getting there. You got to stay here overnight, so 4:10. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 4:27, and we are doing revisits, and after that, we'll take up bills. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I need to give some money back to the fire department, because we straightened out, the position IDs and the warm bodies and whatnot. So, as soon as my teams come up. Okay. For the Department of Fire and Public Safety, I move to restore the cut I made to B7, small a, paren 1, category A.
Second.
Motion made by Member Paulton, second by Chair Lee.
So we clarified which are the vacancies, and they have a recruit class on right now. They have another one scheduled for June, and as these people come in and fill the F1 positions, then they can hire folks to fill the F3 positions.
Okay. Any more discussion?
You want to know the amount?
Oh, you have them on. Okay, go ahead.
Well, we cut 352 plus fringe.
352 plus fringe. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Cook. Oh,
Yeah, I did the second.
yeah. Okay, can vote. Okay, so we have, who is not here? I guess we do not have Member Johnson and Member Hodgins, so that's 7 and 2 excuse.
Okay.
Next.
I move to restore the cut made to B7, small c, paren 1, category A, 100,000 plus fringe.
Second.
Okay. Motion-
Same discussion.
Okay, motion made by Member Paulton, second by Chair Lee, and you have provided the information. Any more discussion?
No more discussion.
Okay. Member Cook, are you ready to vote? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye. I think we're still with 7 ayes and 2 excused, Member Hodgins and Member Johnson. Continue on, Member Paulton.
Okay, for finance, I move to change the rates for out-of-state vehicle permits to $100 because, the DMV is so short-staffed that this is an added burden to accommodate the ever-increasing amounts of out-of-state cars we have coming over here.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Paulson, second by Chair Lee. Were you also going to talk about aquatic life?
I was also gonna talk about aquatic life, but I can't find that page if someone remembers.
Chair?
Oh, it's on page 12, towards the bottom part. Page
Oh,
12.
thank you.
Yes, staff.
Apologies, could we just confirm the amount that the permit fee will now be?
Oh, the out-of-state one?
Yes, please.
100.
I was going for $100.
Got it? Did you get it?
Chair, if we could get some further clarification, perhaps. Our understanding is that the out-of-state vehicle permit fee is already set at $100 in Appendix B?
Oh, sorry, I meant
From
$200.
200 to 100.
Thank you.
100 to 200.
Thank you.
Okay, and the aquatic life?
Oh, okay. So did we vote on the out-of-state?
No, we didn't vote. Are you taking
Oh.
it together or you want
Oh,
to?
you want me to take it
Yeah.
together? Sure. Okay. For aquatic life operations permit, I move to change as a part of the same motion, A to 800, B to 50, and C to 50.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Member Paulson, second by Chair Lee.
You know, the finance department is very busy, and these are kind of, you know, luxury things for them to do, and so they have to drop what they're doing to do this, and it's a great added expense on people.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. We got Member Johnson back, so.
Can you restate the motion, Chair? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sure. The motion is to move the out-of-state vehicle permit fee from 100 to 200, and aquatic life operations from 640 to 800.
Yeah.
That's next year.
800,000?
Next year.
Dollars.
Oh,
And
next year,
B
okay.
is 50 and C is 50.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's the motion. All in, any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. So we have 8 ayes and 1 excused member, U Hodgins.
Okay, moving on to DEM. I move to restore my cut to B5, small b, paren 1, paren I, category A, 200,000 plus fringe.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, should I do it all at once?
Yeah, can you do it all?
Okay.
Um,
And
Member
as
Johnson.
well, my move to restore cut to B5, small b, paren 1, category B, $998,750, as well to restore my cut to B5, small c, paren 1, category A, 300,000 plus fringe, as well as B5, small c, paren 1, category B, $1 million, as well as my changes to rates and fees on the change to Ramsey fees. Back to that, do you want me to say it all? Or can I just say back to restore it back?
This is
Restore
the sewer.
it back.
The sewer fee, right?
Sewer fees,
Yeah.
restore it back
Yeah.
to what it was,
Uh,
to the mayor's proposal.
Chair? Yeah, so we believe that the committee never voted on changing the sewer fees. I think it got tabled before it was voted, so it should just remain
remain
at
the
the
same.
mayor's proposal.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So only I need to restore the money then. Okay, so then that's it for that proposal, and then I'll come back for something else.
Okay. So the motion then would only impact the, to restore the funds that you,
Cut from the sewer
yeah.
fund.
Okay. Members, all in favor,
Oh,
raise your hand.
Chair,
Yeah.
could we confirm the second? Apologies.
Oh, Member Johnson. Okay, so Member Johnson made the second. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Okay, so Member Senensi's there, so only missing is Member U Hodgins.
Then I,
Motion carries.
okay, are we good?
Yeah.
Then I move to, on 5, small a, paren 2, restore the 1.25 for Ma'alaya Village Association for design work, site preparation related to construction and operation of the Ma'alaya Regional Wastewater Reclamation System.
Second.
Okay, so a motion made by Member Paulton, second by Member Rollins Fernandez. And so basically you want to put back the 1.25 million for
Yeah.
Malaya for their wastewater system?
Yeah, are we on discussion?
And time for discussion. Okay, so the motion made by you and second by Member Rollins Fernandez. Go ahead.
So we've received a lot of additional clarifying information from the residents, and for me, my highest priority would be the environment right there. I don't know if you guys remember the Code Red swell that went right through Mala Restaurant. but guys were getting sick, long barrels, and you know, Kai Lenny guys, when they came out, they were all covered with rash and like that, and it was just like really gross. So something needs to be done. Not that I'm supporting the vacation rental folks, supporting the ocean and the reef and the habitat for our marine life.
Okay. Any other discussion, members? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Like Member Bolton, I did receive information that clarified this funding. There's also the $1 million EPA grant that they were able to secure, and they would lose if without this funding. This is not a commitment for multiple years. This is a vote for this funding for this year. And it's Ma'alaya. There's a Okina, M-A, Okina, A, Ma'alaya. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Any other discussions? All right. Seeing none, so members, I'm going to vote against this so we can have a roll call. And I still stand by, with the years that I've been sitting in the council, this has gone through evolutions of this before, and that they had an opportunity to tie into our Central Maui wastewater reclamation facility that's being built, but they had, I guess, decided not to because this is something new. The concerning thing is that what was shared with us in testimony was that there would be a $8 million appropriation that they would need next year. So, I guess if nobody else, then it's roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Excused.
Councilmember Senensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
No.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
No.
Chair, that is 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excuse. Councilmember Hodgins, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, next. Do you have any more, Member Paulton?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
I have one for DEM, Chair.
Okay.
Environmental protection grants. We took out 400,000. So I moved to restore 400,000 to the EP grants.
Second.
Okay, thank you for the second, Chair Lee, for my discussion. If you recall, Cecil Powell came before us and testified right after we did this cut, and she said vacancies won't impact these grants. These grants help small nonprofits and startups. And I like to work with the departments, and if they say they can get it done, then I especially DEM, I've been really impressed with them. I want to work with them. I want to give them that 400,000. That's my motion, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, any more discussion? Member Paulton?
I'd like a roll call. I mean, the money, it was an additional 400,000 for environmental protection and sustainability, and we went way over adding that amount. But yeah, so just roll call.
Okay. Any other comments? Roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
No.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Excused.
Councilmember Senensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
No.
Chair, that is 5 ayes, 3 noes, 1 excuse. Councilmember Hodgins. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez and Member Johnson after.
Madam Chair, this one is a priority that I marked as revisit, but I guess I can check with staff or Member Sinensi because it's actually his proposal on page 13 under the Office of the Mayor, 200,000 for the HANA Resilience Hub for property clearing and build out. Was that one withdrawn, Member Sinensi? It's on page 13 of the matrix.
Yeah, thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. That one was moved from Office of the Mayor to MEMA.
Oh, okay, and we passed it.
We did not. That was one of my revisions.
Oh, okay. You want to revisit it now?
Oh, okay. If I may, thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Move to increase Category B by 200,000 for the HANA Resiliency Hub for property clearing and build out. And this would go to MEMA Category B.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion?
Thank you, Chair. As you know, this was my second district priority from what my community came out to testify on. And we did have Ms. Ane, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Kalanikau meet with the MEMA representative, Mr. Notestone, and Mr. Crawford on securing. We did secure the property, so they're just asking for 200 to set up the resiliency hub. The 400,000, I believe, currently in there is for West Maui and South Maui. And so the added 200,000 would be for East Maui. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any more discussion? If not, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Okay, we have,
Aye.
who's missing? Member Hodgins is missing. So it's 8 ayes and 1 excuse. Next.
Thank you.
Okay, you have any more revisits? Staff?
I do, Chair.
Oh, Member Johnson? Okay.
I'm going to ask a question to Director Milner if she's on the call. And according to her answer, maybe I do have a revisit. But Director Milner, if you're here.
Hello, Chair. Yes, always here.
Thank you, Director. You know, Director Agawa came before us and testified. You recall that when he came? And I think he had a few alternative cuts that he would be willing to do. And for the life of me, I don't remember, so I figure I'd reach out to you. Do you know what the department would be willing to cut after?
Can I just say, he offered some CIP cuts to get down to the 5%, but the reduction wouldn't be for the residents.
Oh, okay.
And it would further kick the can down the road.
All right, I'm not here for that one, but that was the only one he came?
Well, that was my understanding. He said it doesn't work like that because of the flows and the velocity and the algorithm.
Right.
And so if we cut 50% of the anticipated increase, it won't reach the residents.
Okay. All right. Well, anything else to add, Director? Otherwise, I'm done. Nope, none. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. No, Councilmember Felton covered it. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. All right. Members.
I think we're going to do I move to pass Bill 48.
Okay, wait. Any more revisits? Yeah, we have Member Kamas. Okay, it is, which started this whole discussion. Go ahead. Member Kama, that is your proposal. Your Mike.
My proposal is to increase the council members' office budget allocations by $100,000 each.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Kama, second by Chair Lee. Discussion.
So I had put this in as a priority because my sense is, this is just me now, might not be you all, but I need more staff in my office to help me do some of the work that needs to get done. I appreciate all the work that OCS gives me, and I think I work them just as hard sometimes as you all working through budget, and I appreciate them. Thank you, James. I appreciate the fact that I've had James as my HLU staffer since I think almost the beginning when I first came. And so I still do appreciate him, but I still need office help. So that's why I put it out there. I couldn't ask just for myself. So I wanted to be fair to everybody and ask for everybody. But that's my proposal.
Okay, very good. Chair Lee, as a seconder, you have any comments?
I support the motion because I too could use more help in my office. And, you know, we need to make sure that our compensation is competitive. So as time goes on, we're going to have to do that. Thank you.
Member Rollins Fernandez. your hand is
Mahalo, Chair. I could be supportive of this. I thought we were gonna take it in an order, because I'm not gonna vote to support this unless we support our OCS staff, because that's shameful. I'm not gonna support our offices getting an increase unless we also support our OCS staff. So if we have the votes for that, then I can vote for this. But I'm not voting for this unless we bring everyone along.
Okay. Any more comments? Do you?
I
Member
guess I'm
Paulson.
okay with giving the staff raises and not doing this.
Okay. All right, so we're taking this up as a revisit actually for Member Kama, and I guess we would have to explain the Chair Lee thing. All right, this is a roll call. Go ahead.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
I'm not voting.
Does that count as a no then? Deputy Director?
Chair, why don't we just?
I already explained my position. I'm not going to vote on this.
Okay, that's
Why don't
fine.
we switch them? Is there a reason why? I might have missed it.
Okay,
Aye.
okay,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
we're in the middle of roll call.
Okay, continue.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Excused.
Councilmember Sinensi,
No.
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
No.
One second, Chair, we're just,
You'll get the votes if we do salaries first. If we do OCS salaries, I will vote yes. I said that already.
Okay,
You don't have the votes.
okay.
sorry, Chair, I would defer to Mr. Hanano on how to proceed with the
The
total.
table. Okay. Either Deputy Director or Mr. Hanano. Should I take a
Chair,
recess?
can we have a short recess, please?
Okay, so we'll come back at 4:53. Very good. All right, thanks for the break. And we are looking again at Member Kama's revisit. And
You ready for me?
yeah, will you
Kiani.
Huh? You're going to withdraw?
Ina iya mai ana kapu wana la.
Yeah.
I withdraw my motion.
Did she say she got it? Okay, so that's Shirley.
Ahana ukulele? What? I withdraw my second.
Everybody getting tired. Okay. All right, members. So where we are is we're going to take up Bill 48, 49, and the corresponding resolutions for 2589 and 2590. Is that correct? Is that the order? Yeah, 89 and 90. All right. So is there any discussion on Bill 48?
Chair,
Yes.
I move to pass Bill 48 on, recommend passage of Bill 48 on first reading.
Second.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez, second by Chair Lee. Discussion.
Mahalo, Chair. Bill 48 is in response to the salary commission setting the salaries and then the corresponding changes from there for prosecuting office and the Corp Counsel, Department of Corp Counsel.
Okay, anybody else? See none.
Everybody's tired.
Just tired. All right, so, members, I am going to ask for roll call. I stand by my position that we need to have that study done to figure out the impacts of the salary commission again, which is really sending ripple effects throughout our county. So I hear them. I think I want to have the study done, and then at that time, July 1, hopefully we can make the appropriate recommendation. Go ahead. Okay, any other?
Chair.
Roll call? Yes.
Discussion.
Yes.
For clarity, this is the one that the salary commission passed. Okay, thank you.
This is regarding the deputies. It's not the salary commission one.
It was in response to
that's what I
the
said.
salary commission setting
Right.
the salaries for the director and the deputy director, and then the corresponding deputy directors
Right.
and their offices, in their
Correct.
offices, in
But
the
it's-
the corresponding departments, prosecuting office, Corp Counsel.
Correct.
Yeah, it was
But it's
in response to
in
that,
response.
but this is not the salary commission.
Right.
We did that one already.
Okay.
We added the director and deputy director when we took the salary commission's salaries for all the department heads and deputies and electeds, and then we added it to account A for all the departments. Sorry, I wasn't clear. I don't have notes. I was just winging it.
Yeah, so we did that. We took all the expenses that the administration put in countywide, and we did that separate resolution yesterday. So thanks for that clarification. Member Cook, roll call. Or anybody else?
Chair.
Yes, Member Johnson.
I hear where you're coming from, where you're saying you're going to vote no, but I want to try to see if there's, first off, let me clarify. This is the OCS?
No.
No.
No, this is prosecuting,
Okay,
Department of the
gotcha.
Prosecutor.
Thank you.
Okay.
But I still want to say
And Corporation
something.
Counsel deputies.
Chair, I want us to kind of all vote on this in unison, and I understand your concern about this study, but I want to try to see if you could reconsider, because, again, these are the folks that do a lot of the work for us, so I don't know if this study is going to tell us anything. I think it's going to tell us that the cost of living here is the highest, second highest in the nation, third highest in the nation. And I don't know if the study is going to get the result that we obviously know it's very expensive to live here. So once again, I would like for you to try to reconsider and think about who these folks are. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. I know that you have a big heart for all the people in our community. And I just want to say that I appreciate, this resolution is regarding the
Bill.
deputies, this bill is regarding the salaries for Deputy Corporation Counsel and the deputies and prosecuting attorney. And we do understand that they work hard and, And what we're seeing is a reaction to the salary commission action as it's rippling through our community. And I stand by that we see the problem, and that I think as a body where we have an opportunity to make a decision, that we can have some factual information behind us so that we can make a decision that is not, that is with more parity. So that's the reason, and that's the reason I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. Member Paulton first, and then you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
For my discussion, I would just say, like, if you've struggled as an adult to come up with all the money to pay all the kids, if you've struggled as an adult to pay all the bills that keep increasing, then you would understand that this isn't as much of an intellectual decision as it is feeling like, you know, all of us collectively are not being paid a living wage if we have to work more than one job. Local 5 says it the best. One job should be enough. And, you know, like, I know we're not talking about the clerks right now or the secretaries or bargaining unit 3, but when I go out in the community, I see so many people from the 7th floor working their 2nd and 3rd jobs. And I see choke county workers all over the place working their 2nd and 3rd jobs because you can't make it with just one job. And the only really way to raise it from the bottom is to give the people at the top more because, like it was said, people have specialized skill. And so you can't pay somebody at the bottom necessarily more than someone that went to school years and years for their job. And so this is the way that we lift everybody up. Remember, Johnson said it before, I seen it in the ocean, the rising tide lifts all boats. And everybody is really struggling right now. And it may be hard to see that if you and your friends aren't struggling. But we're gonna lose a lot more people from Maui County if we don't take action. And what is demoralizing is that the Salary Commission saw it with a study. The study flows through for everybody else, really. I mean, if the mayor and the directors and the deputy directors weren't getting paid what they should be paid, then everybody isn't. And I know there's a lot of comments on social media knocking those guys, but you know, nobody asked for the fire. There's some crackpots out there that think that we wanted this to happen or whatever, you know, like because we wanted to take people's land or something, or we wanted a new shoreline or whatever is the reason, but that was the last thing I wanted. And personally, I don't have free time because there is so much work to be done. And the salaried guys, the directors and the deputy directors, it's a salary, which I think allows people to take advantage of that because they're working 24/7. And the people in those positions that have families, I want people in those positions that have families because then they know why we're doing what we're doing. I mean, people that don't have children, maybe you can run them a little harder because they don't have to feed people. Maybe they have animals, I don't know. But I want people that have families to be part of the people that are making the big decisions because then they know. And the rents are whack because of FEMA and the insurance. The sewer fees are going up. The water fees are going up. All these things are going up. And so many of our county employees, I don't need the data. I don't need somebody to show me because I know people in the county that are Alice. And waiting for a study is not going to help the people that need the help right now. And if you only lift up the bottom, then people at the top are going to walk. If you only lift up the top, people at the bottom are going to walk. So I can understand that some of us are very comfortable right now, but please understand that the majority of people are not. It's not just the missing middle housing, it's the missing middle class. It's the people in the middle that are missing, because there's people that are very comfortable and there's people that aren't making it or about to come homeless, and we don't have any safety net. I mean, I just got verification that it's incorrect. What Director Tsuhaku was saying is incorrect. The State Department of Human Services said that it's incorrect, and we're making it harder for folks that are homeless to enter shelter. And that's not even correct information. And with the higher salaries, we can hire somebody competent who won't make life harder for homeless people.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And I echo all the sentiments that Member Bolton just shared. Bill 48 is a bill for an ordinance amending Section 2.44.015 Maui County Code relating to salaries of deputies, corporation counsel, and deputies prosecuting attorney. The corporation counsel and the prosecuting attorney shall have the sole discretion to set the annual salary of each deputy in their respective departments within the ranges. And so this bill provides updates the ranges after the salary commission set the salaries for the director and deputies, or first corporate counsel and deputy. So these are our attorneys, and I would like to be able to attract the best attorneys, because these are our prosecuting attorneys, and so I want them to be able to enforce the laws that we pass. And this is our corporation counsel, and so they represent us, the government, the county government, when we are sued, and the investment in high quality attorneys will pay dividends when they defend the county against frivolous lawsuits, or those that's looking for deep pockets. And so I think the return on investment for for competitive salaries, it's a huge return on investment. And so if you didn't see the study that MGT did, they looked at comparable communities with population sizes similar to ours, with a government budget similar to ours. They looked at Anchorage, Boise, Chandler, Columbus, Muskogee, Gilbert, Glendale, Hawaii County, Hawaii State, Henderson, Honolulu County, Lexington, Fayette, Ontario, Oxnard, Riverside, Roseville, Salt Lake City, San Luis Obispo County, Scottsdale, Tempe, Vancouver. They looked at the cost of living. They adjusted to the cost of labor differences between geographic areas, and they looked at all the benefits and to see what would be appropriate. And that was the recommendation that they gave to the Salary Commission. And I'm thankful to the Salary Commission for taking the position they did, so that we attract high quality, high performing workers to our county to do the important work that needs to be done on a regular basis, and especially now with recovery from the fire. So I'm in full support of Bill 48. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, Member Kamako.
Thank you, Chair. I just was looking over all of the bill itself, and it actually begins July 1st, 2022, and it has all the different years of ranges where people were getting paid at that time. I mean, the court counsel and our prosecuting attorneys. And then as I read every page, they did get small salary increases, you know, over the years, 22, 23, 24, and now we come to 25. And it almost looks like it's a huge leap. But you know, when I was reading each page by page, I realized that those are so small, the manini. But then when you come to the last page, it's like, whoa, it's a big jump. It almost looks like that. But technically, really, it's just catching up, right? And that's what it's going to look like, I think, for the next year or 2 or 3, is that as we try to play catch up with everybody, not just those at the top, like Member Paulton was saying, but as we continue to strive to figure out how to help our county employees, you know, at the different skill levels that they're at and the different bargaining units they're at. So, you know, I look at that, I think, sometimes I sit here and we're in executive session, and I'm very grateful to the attorneys that sit in the front of us and talk to us. I'm so grateful that they have the skill, the knowledge, the communication level, because a lot of the stuff that we get in court counsel and the legalese language, it's like, okay, somebody tell me in pure English what that means. What actually happened in this incident? So I'm very grateful that we have some really good attorneys, and I think I want to keep these guys, and we want to get them to get better and to get sharper, right? Because as time goes on, there's a lot more things we're going to have to contend with, Chair. So I can support Bill 48. Thank you.
Very good. Anybody else? All right. So please don't misunderstand, or Member Cook, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We talk about a livable wage. I don't know what's a livable wage. And I know that everybody needs more money. Everybody deserves more money. I'm grateful for the raise that we recently received. I also know what it's like to have to do a side job. I'm supportive of a raise. It's just I feel that this 48, 49, it's a really big jump. I'm more than receptive to something less, but I can't support this big a leap, one crack. I think that we're raising property taxes a lot from what we've done. And I think that the community has spoken loud and clear about the challenges that they're facing. And we're not fixing the community's pay scale. I'd like to work from the bottom up and get as much bang for our buck as we can for the people who are really not making a living wage. So I just wish it was less. I can't vote for this right now, but I'm very receptive to an increase. Thank you.
Okay. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair, for my third and final. There was one point that I forgot to make because I didn't write it down. You know, you see the cost of or the salaries that are set. What you don't see here is the jump in costs for school. I know. Law school is so expensive. And if we don't pay a salary, I pay over $1,000 a month for school. And I got a good deal. And so, you know, I struggle with the salary I have to pay for other things plus my student loans. And so I want people to be able to, you know, be public servants in our county, but be able to afford their student debt. So I just wanted to make that point. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Yeah.
Chair.
Yes.
I just want to say real quickly that, you know, it shouldn't be surprising that we have over 600 vacancies in the county. And that is the reason why we can't keep up with, we can't pay them what we should be paying them. In order for us to be competitive, in order for us to get our projects and programs implemented, we need to face reality, and reality is we are so far behind. And so that is the reason why there is a substantial increase, but that's not because it's unfair. it's because we've been so far behind too long. So here's an opportunity for us to not only recognize that for certain positions, but to keep on working for all positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so I will say that this is not about who has more money or who doesn't have more money, but it is about our greater community. And we all struggled through this budget process as we listened to all members in all different situations about the struggles of living in this wonderful place that we are in with Maui County. And what I don't want to do is take positions and do it, my husband likes to call it willy-nilly, and just onesies, twosies, but take it more from a bigger perspective, and so that we can have a basis for a decision that's based on facts and based upon data that will help us get to a decision that's fair for all. And I heard loud and clear the last testifier that we had, Wailuku Kahalui, a person who works in the planning department, asking us to take a look at everybody, not only the Office of Council Services, right? And so to me, Bill 48 is almost like Bill 49, that is a select group of people, although special, and we need them. I hear all of you. But that's why I will say again that I'm looking forward to Member Cook's recommendation, which it sounds like management is willing to do, and put out an RFP and get out a study for what's happening with Maui County employees. I do think that what we're going to get from the study is going to be, I hate to use the word earth-shattering, but it sure feels like this ripple effect of what we're seeing is breaking all the barriers that may have existed in the structure that we had no control of, but we are now looking at it and saying we want to do something. And I believe that we will do something. And again, this bill is effective July 1, so it's not like it's effective, it's going to be with the new fiscal year. So we have some time, and management, from what I understand from Member Cook, is willing to do this study and sounds like willing to look at our situation. So I really appreciate that, what they will do, and then we'll take it from there. I mean, this is not only one group and another group, but this is really all of the employees of Maui County who asked us, please do not forget about us. So thank you. Thank you, Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair, for my second. I hear my colleague about the cost of the professionalism for attorneys as opposed to some of the other ones. Yeah, both my kids went to school, it's super expensive. And I guess that aspect of it for the attorneys, I can justify isn't the right word, but I can see my way forward. So I will be in support of this particular Bill 48.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? Roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins.
Excused.
Councilmember Sinensi.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama.
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
No.
Chair, that's 7 ayes, 1 no, 1 excuse. Councilmember Hodgins, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. All of the bosses are sitting up there, standing by your employees. Appreciate it. All right, now we'll take up Bill 49.
I move to recommend passage of Bill 49 on first reading.
Second.
Ooh, wait. I'm taking it out of order. I got to do the bosses first, so the resos.
Recommend passage on first reading? That's what we say, no?
Okay,
Recommend
so
passage on first
pull that
reading.
motion back. I'm going to take the resos up first, which is for David and, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, okay.
no, Director Rotz and, yeah, so 2589 and 2590.
So moved.
Okay, so take it up both together. Do I have a second? You did? I didn't hear. Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
So moved.
Chair
And
Lee.
Chair Lee seconded.
Okay, discussion.
Sorry, I never pull up those resos yet. Oh, okay, so, past practice is when the Department of Corporation Counsel and the Department of the Prosecuting Attorneys, directors and deputies have a change in their salaries from the Salary Commission. Past practice, we match our attorneys' salaries, our director of OCS and deputy director of OCS to the other attorneys.
Okay, any other discussion? Member Chair Lee.
Yeah. Okay, history. We've been doing this since 1993. Every single council has approved all the salary increases for OCS, deputy and director, following all the salary commission's recommendations. Thank you.
Other discussion? Member Cook.
I would make a friendly amendment for it to be a 10% raise instead of 30.
Oh, wait, this is on the resos. No, it's not that. This is the resos for deputy director.
I can read I have it open now. Setting the salary for the Director of Council Services for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 council term. That is Resolution 25-89. And then the other one would be 25-90, setting the salary for the Deputy Director of Council Services for the remainder of the 2025-2027 council term.
Okay, these are the resos for the bosses-ish. Okay, any other discussion?
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies, could staff just clarify? So the motion on the floor is to recommend adoption of both resolutions 2589 and 2590.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. No further discussion. All right. So all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So whose excuse is Member Hodgins? Is Member Sinesi there? Okay. So
Yeah.
8 ayes, 1 excuse. All right. Next. So now we have Bill 89 and
Bill 89.
49. Okay, staff.
Okay, I move to recommend passage of Bill 49 on first reading.
Second.
Okay. Member Kelly Rollins Fernandez, second by Chair Lee. Discussion.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, I'm pulling up Bill 49 so I can read the Bill 49 is a bill for an ordinance amending Section 2.08.060 Maui County Code on salaries in the Office of Council Services. And so similar to what I stated earlier for Bill 48 is the Salary Commission would set the salaries for the director and the deputy, and then corresponding changes would be made to the rest of the offices, the office staff. And so that is what is reflected here in our the pay plan. The following pay plan is established, and then it has the table setting the pay plan. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, Member Kama.
So I'm just looking at the Bill 49, and it says B, and member, sorry, it was stifled a yawn. And member Roland Fernandez just kind of read over it. But I'm looking at B1, it says the annual salary for the director of council and deputy director may be set by the council by resolution. We just did that, right? But what's the difference between may and shall? Is there a difference? We can
May
ask-
is there's discretion, and shall is there's no discretion. You must.
Yeah. Okay, so I think, I don't know who the other may be. I mean, whoever that other might be. But I would like to say that shall be set by the council by resolution, just so that we know that's what we do.
Okay.
But that's just my only thoughts about that.
Okay, that's your amendment.
Yeah. Where you see may.
Chair.
Yes.
By way of
Yes.
explanation, I believe the word may is used because that would allow you to do it by resolution or by ordinance. In this case,
Well, that's
you
the
did it by
difference.
resolution.
We do it by
You
resol.
could do it by
Okay.
ordinance,
That's the
but it
reason.
allows you to do both ways.
Okay, the resolution.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry,
that's-
Member Kalma, I didn't know in what context you're asking about may and shall.
Oh, that's okay. You got two answers. Thank you.
Okay. So, Member Cook.
I proposed a friendly amendment to lower the amount of increase.
Okay. So yours is, you want it to be,
So Chair, point of,
10%.
oh, okay, so it's a pay plan and then it's a pay range. So we just have to have a little clearer direction on what
So-
your proposal is.
There's a lot of different people, a lot of different pay ranges, a lot of different things. The average praise was 30%, some was even higher than that. I've gotten a lot of pushback from my constituents, from people who have been asking about the property tax, asking about the recent raises that the Salary Commission gave, that in general, the cost of government and what they're getting out of government, how long it takes for permits, how frustrated people are. And I concur. I want OCS staff to be paid well. They work hard. I respect them. I am not in any way, and it's painful. I said previously, this is not an easy thing to do. I may be the only one that votes like this, but I want to give raises, but I just feel that 30%, because we got 30%, and just like boom, 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 everybody at the top is getting all these raises, doesn't resonate well with the people. And it has nothing to do with the people, it's the positions. And to get a, $20,000 to $30,000 to $35,000 raise for doing the same work all at once, I wish everybody could get that. And it's, the attorneys, as you said, they have law degrees, et cetera. So it's appropriate for me to justify and clarify my position. And so that's what I'm doing. And when I say a raise increase, but proportionately less, I don't know, I don't have a list to give you, but in general, instead of a 30% raise, that on average, they were, I believe, scheduled for about a 5% step increase, because that's what we've been doing the last 3 years that I've been here. I have no problem with giving a raise in excess of that step increase. So a 10% would be like a 15% raise from what they're currently getting, and I'd be cheering them on. I just feel that it's really challenging for me, because I've been told directly by a lot of people that they're not happy. And I'm trying to represent my colleagues in this building well by being supportive, and represent my constituents who aren't getting raises, who a lot of them are in the Alice category, and et cetera. And so that's my position. Thank you all for your patience and listening for my reasoning. I don't have a crisp number, but my friendly amendment is to focus on an approval of a raise, but at a lesser amount. Thank you, Chair.
I second that amendment,
Okay,
but
so
discussion.
Motion made by Member Cook, second by Member Kama. Yes.
So, Member Cook, so you're talking about a total of 15% increase?
excuse me,
or
Chair.
you're talking about just adding 10 to what they already have?
Wait, one moment.
Oh, sorry.
Member Hanano
Oh,
wants
sorry.
to say something. No. Oh, sorry. Mr. Hanano.
Thank you, Chair. As I understood it, Councilmember Cook made a friendly amendment. And so under Rosenberg's, the maker of the initial motion has to agree to that as well as the second. If not, it'll be treated as a subsequent second motion. And under Rosenberg's, the body can consider up to 3 live motions.
3.
3, yes.
Oh.
Thank you, Chair.
Not 2. Okay. All right.
I don't accept that as a friendly amendment. I didn't know we could friendly amend like posted resos. So then it would just become a regular motion to amend, and Member Kama seconded it. But she did have some clarifying questions, it sounds like.
Yeah, Member Kama, you can
Okay, so
continue.
my question to Member Cook was, when you talked about the 15%, was that just 10% above what they're getting right now, or is it a total of 15%?
It's 10% of what they're going to be getting after this next step increase.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's 10% increase,
Yeah.
that's what you're saying? I just want to be clear so that, because when you do the numbers going to come out.
Yeah.
Right,
The-
right.
The numbers would be 10% from the new increase, which would actually be 10% plus whatever the step increase is going to be. So
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
All right. So, Mr. Hanano, the way the bill is written, where would you insert this? Because it doesn't, I think we did calculations, so we see what the general increase is 30%, but
Chair. Sorry, Member Hodgins is on. I'm guessing maybe her video and mic need to be enabled.
Oh,
I see
okay.
her raising
Welcome.
her hand.
Welcome, Member Uhajans. We're
No,
on.
no, we gotta enable her
Oh.
video and her mic, I think so. I think that's why she's raising her hand. I know what that feels like, Member Hodgins. I got you.
I believe.
Thank you. I think I'm enabled. I was just raising my hand because I didn't want to interrupt. My video is off because I'm driving. And I don't have anything to hold my phone, so I don't want to like commit a crime while trying to set laws that the could hold me. But I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm here, and I've been at least just listening to the last few minutes. And I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm here.
Okay.
I hear what Member Cook has said, and I do support a small increase if necessary, and that's all I wanted to say. But I'm here. I'm just driving. Thank you.
Oh, be safe. All right. Chair Lee.
Yeah, I don't agree that we should minimize what our employees are entitled to. And I believe that whatever is being proposed should be supported and hopefully be supported. These people, our employees, our family, they do not have the benefit of any of the extras that the civil servants receive. They are at-will employees, no hazard pay, no employment stability. They have no rights to return to OCS after serving, let's say, with the executive branch. They have very limited promotional activities, opportunities, no union representation or grievance process, no shortage category differential, no standby pay, no callback pay, no layoff rights, no opportunity for paid sabbatical leave, and the list goes on. This is not apples and apples. Our OCS staff is in an entirely different category. They work for an entirely different branch of government called the legislative branch. And their work is very different and unique, and they should be compensated appropriately for what they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Johnson.
Chair, could I amend that amendment to 20%? Or do I gotta do a friendly one?
Okay,
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Hanano.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Yeah, so as I stated earlier, you can do up to 3 motions on the floor at one time, live motions. And so with your motion, Member Johnson, that will make it 3. And then
Okay.
what we'll do is we'll work backwards.
Right. Okay.
Right. Let's start with the basics. Councilmember Cook, I understand your position. It moved my needle. Would you be considering 20%? Yeah, it's a friendly.
No. Yeah, in general, no. And given the opportunity, I'll respond to Chair Lee's description of the position and the benefits that do come with this that are in parallel with the collective bargaining variance. But thank you.
Okay. So,
Chair,
go ahead.
15.
Oh,
I would love your motion, I guess. 15.
And this, my heart's with you. My heart is here, and it would love to go for the whole thing. I think 15 is appropriate. I think it's appropriate. I'd be more than happy to that if it met the will of the body.
So he's amending his amendment, and the seconder would be Councilmember Kama. If she would agree to his 15%, then that would be the amendment on the floor. Is that correct?
Chair, thank you. Yes, that would be correct. If the seconder, so that would be, Member Kama and Member Cook, who made the motion, would agree to your friendly amendment, then it would turn into just 2 motions.
okay.
Thank you, Chair Johnson.
The arbitrator. Okay. So, Chair Lee, I just want to, or Member Cook was also saying this, but we always hear that our OCS staff doesn't get the same benefits as the civil service.
Security.
Huh?
They don't have job security.
They don't have job security.
So they don't get the same benefits. But when you think about it, I think they receive retirement, which is, I think, a big benefit about working for government and an organization like this. But more than that, vacation, holidays, all the sick leave, all the things that we are so lucky to receive. And the benefits that we get are the same as, the Office of Consular Services, I believe. So maybe there's no what you call security in that way, but I believe that there are all the other, benefits that they receive. So I just want to state that. All right. Member, so where are we? We are looking at
Amendment.
Member Cook.
Thank you. I think, I believe that the OCS gets overtime. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. I was told that.
I didn't mention overtime.
No. I just mentioned it's that because they do work a lot of hours, and I would expect them to get compensated for it. I think my 15% plus the, I believe, 5% step that they're receiving is going to be a 20%, just to be clear. So anyway, I've said my piece. I'll just be quiet and see how everybody votes.
Chair, I'd like to ask for a recess,
Okay.
at least 15 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna go till, right now it's almost 6, so 6:05?
15 minutes.
Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. We are in the midst of Bill 49, and Chair Lee asked for a break or recess. So, Chair Lee?
Maybe you can remind us what is the main motion, and then I think somebody did an amendment.
So, staff, you can correct me. I think we're talking about a 15%.
Chair, so the main motion on the floor is moved by Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Chair Lee, to recommend passage of Bill 49 on first reading. And Councilmember Cook, seconded by Councilmember Kama, to change the amounts in the bill to 10% raises, and then there's a friendly amendment to make it 15%. So on the floor now is an amendment to make it 15% in the bill. Thank you.
Chair Lee? You're
really hoping that everyone, again, will be reminded about the disparity in what the benefits are for one group versus the other group, and how much instability there is with our OCS staff. Their tenure, people don't realize, their tenure is only for 2 years, and then they're up for either rehire or termination. It's that serious and that precarious. So I'm hoping that people will consider a much higher increase than 15%. Thank you.
okay. Thank you, Chair Lee. Any other discussion? Okay, call for, okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay. I wrote it down so I wouldn't lose track. Okay, first, what I heard in response to only the top getting raises and managers and only a select few. I'll remind us that we just added to the budget the funding that will help to get the supplemental agreement once the master agreement is executed. And so the intention is for us to bring everyone along and not only those that we have direct control over the salaries. And I think we did put our money where our mouth is. All 8 of us put the funding to try to do what the testifiers asked us to do, which is set the salaries so that they're not struggling. That's what I heard. I did hear opposition, but the opposition was only there because they didn't want to get left behind. They wanted to have salaries set in a way that wouldn't force them to have to work more than one job. As we stated, one job should be enough. The second thing is regarding government services. We've talked about vacancies, and if there's only the few employees that are willing to work in our county, then of course the services are not going to be, to the level that the community would want it to be. And if we continue to, pay less competitive salaries throughout the county, then we're just going to continue to have these vacancies, as Chair Lee said, and then it's just a vicious cycle. We're not changing anything in the cycle in order to address the salaries. As we talked about, Member Johnson spearheaded, or his proposal was to increase the PALS summer program folks. And when I spoke with our Parks and Rec folks, the lines to apply for those positions now went from, begging people to work for these poverty wages to the line going out the door because the salary was competitive. So we were attracting people because it wasn't poverty wages. And that's how you break the cycle. That's how you fill vacancies. You pay competitively. And, you know, the government is always competing with the private sector for employees. They don't have, you know, collective bargaining agreements that they have to stick to for 6 months and work with 3 other counties and the state who holds more votes than, you know, the counties. They can just set their salaries just a little higher and then boom, you know, they will get, and they fill their positions faster. So in that competition, they beat us. But what happens is if we set our salaries more competitively, then the private sector is also forced to then compete with us and then raise their salaries. So those in the private sector actually get the benefit also, even though we have no direct control over their salaries because it's private sector. But if the public sector is now paying more competitively, and then we are beating out the private sector in getting, you know, the best employees, then they're gonna then lift their salaries to be more competitive with us. And that's how it works, the whole rising tide lifting all boats. That's how it works. I don't see this as raises. I see this as, like Member Kama said earlier, catching up. Because those incremental salaries were not keeping pace with the cost of living here. It was not keeping pace to the cost of higher education. If we want highly qualified individuals to go to college, go get the training, and then we're not gonna compensate them for the education and training, certification, licenses, why would they come work for us? We have to pay competitively. We have to keep pace with the cost of education. And the final thing. So the salaries as it's set now is less than what the directors, it's a less percentage than the directors and deputy directors that were set by the salary commission. And that's just to maintain morale. Because if we leave them behind, what do you think that's gonna do to morale? We need to have a strong foundation to continue the work that we do on behalf of the people. We have a lot of work to do. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Member Paulson, then Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, wait, Member Paulson first.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The increase is looking between 30 to 43,000, depending upon what, in one pop. And it's like a $21,500 pay raise this year, and then continued with steps. So I agree. I just wanted to kind of put numerically on it, that it's a substantial increase. I think that so I'm gonna look forward to the vote. Let's move on. We got other stuff to do. And
Okay, Member Paulson.
Couple of things. I think it's important to remember that if you're at an M, you can't get a step. So not everyone will get steps, and then we're kind of penalizing our most experienced guys. The other thing is, like, if you look at the way it is now, because I think everything doesn't take into effect until July 1st. We got guys that are working for us that are way smarter than all of us, majority of us, whatever you want to say. And then we're bumping up 30%. So now we got stupider people getting paid more than the people that are actually doing the work and with the brains of the situation. Like, I just put in a PAF and then automatic legislation comes about. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not a lawyer, you know? And that we got paid so much is mostly because of our hours and time and private life and not 20 hours a week. But if you guys think you're the brains of the operation, that's not the truth. That's all I got to say. And you know, how humiliating is it to work for people that are stupider than you and then they get way more money than you? Like, I just, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't constantly dumb things down for my way better paid employer or boss or something like that. I wouldn't do it. And so, I don't know, we did have, like, when we first came in, we had a revolving door of people. Most people have one boss. These guys have like 11 bosses. And a lot of us bosses don't see eye to eye. So we have a hard job because we have 30,000 people. I had 30,000 people that voted for me. But they don't tell me what to do every day. These guys got 11 people kind of telling them what to do every day, and probably 9 of them are stupider than them. So that takes a lot of patience. And I mean, I don't wanna jinx us or anything, but I hope we don't go back to the revolving door of people that we can't even keep for 2 years.
Okay, any other comments, Member Cook? No, okay. Oh, Member Senensi, sorry, I didn't see you. Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair, for my opportunity. And like Member Cook, I too have been receiving numerous emails and texts from other staff members, and you know, they all have valid points. However, I too voted for the supplemental agreement because I'm not just focusing on OCS. I want to focus on everybody and the entire county. For me, Chair, this is an investment into our people. The additional monies, all of this is into our people, and we've seen it. We've seen it at the federal level and the state level, and you know, they're constantly trying to raise salaries, but it's not being raised fast enough to keep up with the cost of living. We talked about rebuilding West Maui. It's going to take, you know, a Herculean effort by everybody, including us. So I think we need a county government that is up to the challenge. And because their focus, their families, their sacrifices will be tremendous. And I did read the MGT report, and it says that the human resource functions in order to achieve maximum efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of municipal services. A compensation plan will help to ensure that the county not only recruit the best and brightest employees, but can also retain those employees. The county avoids the costs of recruitment and lost productivity while maximizing the benefits of the investments it has made. And we're making that investments today in employees into our people and the institutional and agency knowledge acquired by these employees over all of their tenures. So I'm with my vote, I also pledge my efforts and in raising everybody up, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Senensi.
Member U'uhajins has her hand up.
Okay. Member U'uhajins, sorry, I didn't see you.
I just put it on. Thank you so much, Member Rollins Fernandez, for recognizing my hand being raised. I just want to say, for the most part, I don't disagree with anything by anyone that has been said tonight. I agree with Member Paulton, especially that, for the most part, OCS staff way smarter than us. Dumber is probably not a word I use too often, but that was a funny word. I like it. If my camera was on, you probably would have seen me crack up. But I don't think that we pay our staff poverty wages. I do think that we pay them well. I'm happy to support Member Cook's increase. I don't disagree with Chair Lee that they don't have the security, and at the same time, they do have the ability to move stats every single year. And I know Member Paulton said that at some point they don't. But for the other HGA, or even when I was talking to my husband about how step works for the fire, it takes a long time for everybody else to move up their steps. So I don't disagree that they don't have the security promise to the other union members. However, they get paid a little bit more because of it. I remember Paulton's right, like they have 11 bosses that pull them in all these different directions, which is why I try to be, respectful as I can to everyone all the time, to not add to anyone's burden, because they have 11 different bosses. I have like 6 different bosses, my kids, my husband, my nieces and nephews. Like everybody pulls us in different directions, and we got to be everywhere and do all the things all the time. OCS staff make our job possible. They are amazing, unbelievable human beings, and are to be treasured. And I hope we do pay well. And this increase that's originally proposed in Bill 49, if it was absolutely necessary, we should have done it a long time ago, like when they first did the budget. But when we met with them, they didn't tell us about this. And I know that it was created because of what the salary commission did. But nonetheless, I don't disagree that they need a raise, because we probably drive them nuts, and we continue to talk, like right now. But I don't support the raises originally proposed in 49. I will support Member Cook and Member Johnson's compromise at 15 plus their step raise. Thank you, and thank you to OCS.
Okay, thank you, Member Hodges, for being present. Chair Lee, you look like you want to say something.
Only that I just hope that people remember, people meaning our council members, will remember, is we wouldn't have this debate if our staff wasn't being compared to another group of workers. We wouldn't be having this debate. If that other group of workers were paid what they deserve, we wouldn't be having this debate. If they were under our control, we would have been able to help them rise as much as anyone else. But they are not under our control. So, I just hope that people keep things in perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Chair Lee, for that reminder that these are the salaries that we do have direct control over. So, Member Cook's, proposal for a compensation study. As I mentioned earlier with Bill 48, compensation studies look at salaries for comparable positions, and by setting a higher salary for OCS secretaries, clerks, HR, support staff, it helps to provide data to the salary to ensure that we don't end up with these like rinky-dink incremental 3% for, I forget if we're not allowed to say the bargaining units, but particularly the bargaining unit 3 and 13. Those are the ones that we're talking about that got left behind. And so those positions are similarly situated to our OCS positions. And if when they're doing the study, they see, oh, it's all low, that's just normal, and I guess people are making it, then that's what the study's gonna show. And ultimately, it's not going to be set at a more competitive salary. And that's one of the things, looking at the bigger picture of how everything is connected. By doing this, by setting a more competitive salary for those that we have control over, those salaries we have control over setting. We're doing this for everybody. As I stated earlier, I mahalo OCS for being willing to be the tip of the spear on this. I've been on the council for over 6 years, and this is the first time that I heard about the supplemental agreement. We've been begging DPS and others and the administration, what can we do? Bargaining Unit 3 and 13 were organized, and the first year that I was here, we did a reso urging for their salaries to be set higher. We never learned about this supplemental agreement. And it took Bill 49 for us to learn about that. And so, because Bill 49 got those that were settling for the salaries that they've been getting and the incremental, just not catching up, not keeping pace for the cost of living here. And if Bill 49 is what it took for us to learn about the supplemental agreements, by setting the salaries like this competitively, imagine what else we're gonna learn about. We are giving DPS, who are our negotiators in doing this collective bargaining, this bargaining chip, this piece, this compelling reason why we should be setting the salaries for BU 3 and 13 higher. Because look at their salaries. We should be paid like that too. Sometimes you have to make waves. You have to make big waves to make people come out. Because when that one testifier stood there and just said that she got her paycheck and she cried. She left the private sector where she was getting paid more. And then she got her first paycheck and she cried. That's not fair. Like Member Bolton said, the county used to be the place to go and work. It's not anymore. And if we are the leaders that we say we are, this is the kind of change that we have to make. We have to walk the talk. And I know we're gonna get criticized, and I know we've been getting criticized, and I'll take it. Because ultimately, I think everyone will benefit. The promise of a robust tourism industry and all these luxury developments was supposed to improve the quality of life for our residents. And it hasn't for so many. We owe it to them. We owe it to our staff, and we owe it to the rest of our county employees to pay them competitively so that their life can improve. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Any other comments before we take the vote? All right, so can you state the motion that's on the floor?
Chair, so the motion on the floor right now is an amendment to the main motion made by Councilmember Cook, seconded by Councilmember Kama, and was friendly amended. So our understanding that is that it's to amend the bill to make it a 15% increase for the salaries. Thank you, Chair. Oh yes, and Councilmember Hodgins has her hand.
Member Hodgins, do you have anything to say?
I don't. It looks just like my hand was not
it's stuck.
unraised.
Okay.
Let me. If I tap it again, does it unraise my hand?
Yeah,
Oh, no, looks like it's raised again. If someone could unraise it, that'd be great. Thank you.
okay. All right. So the motion on the floor is for this to be a 15% increase and not 30. Okay, roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
No.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Senency,
No.
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
Yes.
Chair, that's 5 ayes, 4 noes, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your passionate discussion, and I think we all stand together that we need to raise compensation. All right. Yes. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to amend the reso for a 20% increase and the 5% step, and to restore the legislative attorneys
Second.
at the original reso proposal, because
So-
they're like deputy attorneys.
So in Bill, in Bill 49, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, Bill 49. I said reso, sorry, Bill.
Okay. So you're looking at the legislative attorneys. Okay. so
Like
that's
deputy corporation counsel, deputy prosecuting attorneys. So to restore that, instead of bringing it down by 15%, because it's supposed to all be set similarly as the Bill 48, like we said. And if you want to ask for clarification, because again, I'm winging it.
Mr. Hanano.
Chair, I don't think Mr. Hanano can comment on this. That would directly affect his salary, but I'm happy to comment. The CR6 series, those are the attorney series. Those we had proposed to match deputy corporation counsels and deputy prosecuting attorneys. So those, we're asking that those match the bill that you passed just prior to this. That would be Bill 48.
And, okay, thank you for that explanation.
The other percentages can be applied to the non-attorney positions. Thank you.
And my motion includes 20% with the 5% step increase. That was removed from the other bill.
Okay. Any more comments? And Shirley, you look like you want to say
Well,
something.
no, I just think it's a great compromise. Oh, you need a second. I'll second.
Okay. So motion made by Member Rollins Fernandez and second by Shirley. Nothing. Okay, I'm gonna call for the vote. Right? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand, or is this a roll call?
Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Member Hodgins, did you hear the motion?
Aye.
Okay. So I guess we have, everybody's here. 9 ayes, motion carries. Okay. Is that it? Call for dinner.
I guess. That's not what I wanted. Oh, I think she was, I thought she was asking
Changed
if
it.
there's any other amendments.
No?
Okay.
I move to restore the analysts and secretaries.
Second.
Okay, restore the analysts and secretaries to the 30%.
The original
To the
Bill
original.
49.
Okay. All right, so I am, any comments, members?
There actually a lot of the work that gets done, and we got a lot of work to do. And this one directly speaks to the comment about stupider and not stupid, because they're smarter than us and they do the work, and we're getting paid more.
Okay, any other comments? See none? Okay, roll call.
I think
Member
Member
Uhajens.
Uhajens raised her hand for real
Member
kind this
Uhajens.
time.
Yeah, this time I did for real kind, and then after when I'm done, if somebody could unraise it, and then we don't have to go. I don't know what's the opposite of raise, but or put it down. I don't know. My question is so if we restore the salaries for the analysts and the secretaries, are we going to be putting are we going to continue to do this until we're right back to where we are? I know you guys supported that.
It's my last one.
Then we're going to go, okay, because then we're going to go, they're getting paid more than the supervisors. I'm in my car, so I don't have it with me. But if we get into a situation where they get paid more than their supervisors, then we kind of start from scratch all over again. That's just my question.
That's the last one for
Okay.
me. I
Okay,
mean,
thanks.
I think we should all agree that's the last one.
Okay,
Okay.
Roll call. Roll call.
roll call. Okay, roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
No.
Councilmember Hodgins,
No.
Councilmember Senency,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
No.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
No.
Chair, that is 4 ayes, 5 noes. Motion fails.
Okay. Main motion as amended. Okay, any more amendments? None. All right, any discussion? Seeing none. Main motion as amended. Chair Lee? Oh, you're voting? Okay, main motion as amended. Is this a roll call?
Nobody
Okay,
asked.
Where we are
Voice
is
vote?
15%, right?
20% and 5% step increase.
Yeah, 20 and 5. No, it's 20 and 5.
I think it was 15. I thought
No,
the
no,
increase was
remember,
It was
Kiani
unanimous
Rollins
vote.
Fernandez.
Yeah.
Wait, I know we just voted on the legislative attorneys, I mean, our attorneys, so that they would be similar with corp counsel and prosecuting attorneys. And as far as everybody else, I thought we were at 15%.
No,
Maybe I could,
I said to restore the CR6, I think, that is the attorneys. And then the 20% with the 5% step increase, because I said that it was taken out because of the salaries being set at the around 30% instead.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
so that's what it's at now.
so for the attorneys only, right?
No, for all of it.
Okay,
You
so.
can roll call if you want.
Okay, I misunderstood that motion. I thought it was only for the attorneys, so that they would be similar to what we just voted on 48.
that was my understanding. Maybe we could ask staff.
I don't appreciate that, Member Paulton.
I don't appreciate being here all day, every day, just talking in bubbles. Learn how to facilitate a meeting, please. I'm
So-
getting really irritated. What you gotta do is just facilitate the meeting, pay attention what's going on. There's no reason for us to be here from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. There's no reason. Just learn your job.
I am, and I don't appreciate your attitude. Okay.
I don't appreciate
remember,
being here for no reason, having a recess every 5 seconds because you don't know the answer.
That is not true.
Chair?
Yes.
Maybe staff could clarify the issues.
Okay, go ahead.
Chair, so the main motion was to recommend passage of Bill 49 on first reading. That was made by Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Chair Lee. It was subsequently amended by a motion made by Councilmember Cook, seconded by Councilmember Kama, to change the percentage to 15% for oppositions. Then by a motion made by Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Chair Lee, there's an amendment to raise it to 20% plus the 5% step and to restore the CR6 attorneys back to the original proposal. And then there was a final motion by Councilmember Paulton, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez, to restore analysts and secretaries to 30%, but that motion failed. So the body is back to the main motion as amended.
Okay.
Chair, I thank staff for the clarity, and I didn't follow that, and so that's what it is, and we vote.
Now, let's vote. Ready for the vote.
Appreciate OCS.
Okay, so we are at 20%
Plus 5.
plus 5.
Yeah.
And I really misunderstood that, and I think some of us did. I thought it was basically for the attorneys. Okay,
Call for the vote.
okay. Main motion as amended, call for the vote. So now I'm gonna, okay. This is gonna be a roll call vote.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins, sorry, did
member-
Councilmember Hodgins?
We can't hear you. Remember, Hodgins, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, aye.
Okay,
Councilmember, oh, apologies. Councilmember Senensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
No. Okay,
Chair, that is, apologies, Chair, that's 8 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
all right. All right, so we are at the end of this bill. We finished the resolutions, and now we have Member Kama, your office account. Council Member Office.
Chair, I think I'm supposed to do the OCS 3 for the salaries, but I think it needs to be recalculated maybe. Because I need to do OCS management, which I think is not going to be the 128,643 anymore.
It should be the same. That would be from the resos.
Oh,
So I believe
okay.
that OCS management
okay.
line would just be from the 2 resos.
Okay, mahalo. Okay, so, Chair, I'm gonna do the motion for the OCS management salaries, the OCS attorney salaries, not council member salaries, because we already did that, and then not council member office accounts, because Member Kama is gonna do that for her priority proposal, and then I'm gonna do the OCS non-attorney salaries, okay? I move to, I think it's to add the 128,643 to account A, and please look at me if I'm doing it wrong. 165,640 to account A, and 671,285 to account A.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Chair.
Yes?
Thank you, Chair. This is where I believe we need an adjustment. So based on the motions that just passed, we would need to recalculate the OCS non-attorney salaries. We would ask that you allow us the opportunity to do so, and we will roll that into a clean bill and provide that to the committee.
Okay, is the recommendation, Deputy Director, to remove the 671 from this main motion now, and then we would make that at a later time?
You can do that, or you can give us the authority to
Make that
calculate the
correction.
correct amount and slide that into the bill. This is just for a recommendation to pass the bill.
Okay, Chair, I'd like to include that as to give staff that authority to recalculate based on that last vote.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, no further discussion. I'm sorry. So these are the salaries based on the Bill 49 that we just recommend passing, and making the additions necessary to salaries account A. Mahalo, Chair.
And Chair, for the record, our staff is so quick in calculating this. We're going to double check these numbers, but as far as the OCS non-attorney salaries at 20% across the board plus the step, it should be $537,024. And of course, the associated fringe would be corrected as well. Thank you.
Correct. That's included in the motion. And then I see Budget Director turned on her screen, her video.
Director Milner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Hernandez. I just wanted to clarify, we do have funding in countywide. We sort of anticipated that the OCS director salaries would be raised and the attorney salaries. So those can move from countywide, and you would just need to increase your A account by the non-attorney salaries. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for anticipating that, and we will do it the same way that we did with all the directors and deputies. And Deputy Director Kawasaki, you have the numbers already?
That would be the number stated at 537,024, and that would be for the A account, 20% across the board plus the step for non-attorneys.
Okay. We did that. Do we need to do a motion to do that and take care of the transfer? The way that we did for the
I'm sorry, Chair.
administration?
The transfer?
From countywide into our accounts. It's already been accounted for.
Budget Director popped on her video. She can explain that.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Hernandez. I appreciate it. If the body would indulge me, the draft motion would be to transfer from Department of Finance countywide costs fringe benefits $128,643 plus $165,640 to the OCS A account, and to increase the OCS A account by $537,024. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, members, that will take care of doing the transfers the same way that we did for the directors, deputies, and the all the actions of the Salary Commission, putting it into the A account into their respective departments. So similarly, do we need anything else?
Chair, if we could just confirm with the move on that it's like a friendly amendment incorporated for those transfers.
Yes, that'll be my main motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez, second by Chair Lee. All in favor, say aye.
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 I guess member.
I don't see member Uhajan's name
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
participant list.
Okay, so she is not here. All right, so that would be 7 ayes and 1 excused. Okay. 8 ayes and 1 excused.
Okay, and then now it's member Kama.
Are you sure? Sure.
I'm sure.
Okay.
You gotta turn on the mic.
Okay. I don't want to stand between anybody's dinner. And so we
this
don't
is
have
like
to
your-
do this. We've done this all week.
Second time
Okay.
you're doing this.
Move to increase council members' office budget allocation by $100,000 each.
Second.
Okay, motion made by
No
member,
discussion.
member Kama, second by Chair Lee. Go ahead. Any discussion? No discussion?
No discussion.
Member Paulton.
I think this is an egregious waste after talking about how people don't deserve money. $900,000 of the taxpayer money. You heard everybody complain about all the raises we got. We didn't give that to ourselves. This is us giving ourselves another $100,000, and I will not vote for it. Roll call.
Okay. Anybody else? Members? Member Cook.
This is not going in our pockets, it's going in our office.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Member Paulton.
Because we're not smart enough to do the work ourselves, we need to hire more people for $100,000. This is a waste. I'm not supporting it.
Okay. Anybody else want to say anything? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I did say that I would support this after we take up Bill 49 and the OCS salaries, but it wasn't as was proposed. So it was 20% with a 5% step increase. So I'm not gonna do the math, but I don't know. Would the proposer accept 70,000?
Member Kama.
The proposer will accept.
I'll support the motion.
Second, I guess.
Okay. All right. For the change. All right. So it's been agreed to. Any other comments? I will then call for the
Chair.
vote. Roll call. Yes.
Apologies, just before the vote, could staff confirm the breakout for the 70,000 per office? Like how much would go into the A account and how much should be accounted for the B account?
Perhaps we should take a recess then.
I move to collapse the accounts.
Second.
Okay. Wait. We have one motion on the floor, which we're taking.
I move to
care of.
amend the motion to collapse the accounts.
Second.
Okay, so we have member Kama's, motion on the floor and is now changed to 70,000 versus 100, right? And so this is a whole nother item that you're bringing up. So let's take a vote on member Kama's amended motion.
It's not a whole nother thing. I'm moving to amend her motion to collapse the accounts because otherwise you got to specify where the money is going for each and every council member. Learn your craft.
Chair, I think that saves us time, and
Okay.
I see a lot of nodding heads, Chair, so can we call for that amendment?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I know it seems to make sense to do that, but it does seem like it's two different items. But can we get clarification from Corp Counsel
Oh, Corp Counsel.
or our counsel?
Our counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Lee. So this would be considered a friendly amendment if the maker of the original motion.
Okay, so she would incorporate this in her first motion.
Yes, because I think the 70,000, was it 70,000 or 75?
70.
70,000 amendment was a friendly amendment. So now we have another amendment to that, which would.
I see, okay.
So, yeah, so as long as the maker of the original motion, which I think is Member Kama, and then Chair Lee, second, agrees to the friendly amendment on the collapsing.
You did, the
then-
collapsing?
Okay. Member Kama, you're
Okay,
fine.
she did.
You're the maker. Okay,
All
one
right.
second.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so let's take a vote on collapsing as well as the,
She just said she'll accept it as a friendly amendment.
okay. Okay. So,
Roll call.
Yeah, roll call.
Okay.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
I don't see her excused.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Member
No.
Sinensi. Oh,
Committee Vice Chair Kama,
Yes.
Committee Chair Sugimura.
no.
Chair, that is 5 ayes, 3 noes, 1 excuse. Councilmember Hodgins, motion passes.
Okay. Anything else, members? So what we're gonna do then is take a dinner break. How long? It's 7:01. There's food in the back here. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Wanna go
how
like
much
7:45?
is left for us to work on?
So we have the bills that we have to take up, which are the weight tax and fuel tax bills. And that's the main things besides the real property tax. Staff? Staff?
Yes, Chair. So, yes, before the body could consider any weight tax or fuel tax proposals, if there are any, then the body could do its real property tax deliberations. And then once that's complete, the body may need to, do any final adjustments to Bill 41 depending on the outcome of its Bill 41 deliberations. And then afterwards, it could start considering making recommendations on the budget bills themselves. There are 2 other bills as well, Bill 50 and Bill 54. Apologies, I should have mentioned that. The body may want to take that up. It's up to the body, but they could take Bill 50 and Bill 54 after the RPT and before doing final decisions on Bill 40, on the budget bills, the main budget bills.
Okay. So we have Member Johnson.
Chair, I asked earlier if we could do RPT not when it's so late at night, and I really want us to, I don't know, cleanse the air and come in collaboratively. And if we do it now, I got a little salt. I'm a little salty, so I'm probably not on my game. So I think I would ask the body if we could just do RPT at a later, not so late right now.
Okay.
I would also ask that.
Yeah, I've heard that.
No,
Yeah, Monday.
tomorrow morning?
So I heard.
Monday is corrections.
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
So I heard either. So I heard either Saturday, but I also heard about the funeral. I also heard Sunday.
Sunday.
And
I was thinking
not tonight.
when we get back from break. My idea late might not be. I'm sorry. After, well, look, I'm here to hear you guys out. I'm just saying, like, when we get back from break is good.
After break.
I
if
canceled my
everybody's
flight
in,
already, guys.
I will.
So, as opposed to
We're
putting,
doing it tonight.
we're doing stuff that could, I think RPT after dinner would be better. And I don't want to do Saturday. We have a lot of things going on the weekends. And Monday is what's Monday?
Corrections.
I forgot.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's just, it's a minor just to the schedule, just to do it, but I see other hands.
Okay. Anybody else? Member
So
Kama.
while Mr. Johnson is prioritizing what he believes is where the direction we should go, maybe we should also because we only have 5 things, right? Maybe we should prioritize in order what we want to take up, so that we're going to be refreshed to take RPT and then do whatever other things we got to do.
So the weight tax, fuel tax, you know, the things that are going to impact the budget, we got to finish that off and then do RPT if you.
So we
should
do
go to
RPT
dinner.
first, then fuel tax and weight tax after. Is that okay? And then, what else?
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I appreciate the suggestions, Member Kamal. I think what I'm hearing from my left and my right is that RPT could be contentious. I'm hoping it's not. I'm hoping we actually all have the same proposals and it'll just be unanimous. Throwing that out there. And so what I'm hearing is just we break for dinner, maybe 30 minutes, since it's already there. And then when we come back, we have our proposals for RPT set. And then we take up the less contentious bills a little later as our brains get a little foggier. And not wait too late to, yeah. Because I don't think the weight tax and the fuel tax are going to be contentious at all. I mean, I'm throwing that out there into the universe again.
Is a 45-minute lunch okay?
I could be okay with 45
You
minutes.
guys will do 45 minutes for lunch?
44 minutes? 44 minutes? Okay.
Sure, 44.
Okay, so 8 o'clock.
7:06.
8 o'clock?
After dinner, we go right into it.
Just pick a number.
Or
Okay,
dinner,
you guys
I mean.
want to?
I'm sorry.
You
I'm
guys
so
want
used
to
to
come back at
you
8
guys.
o'clock?
Sure.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
Yeah? Okay,
But for real, kind 8 o'clock.
we're in recess.
I'll be in my seat.